sunflower. Visvavidyalayam said suitable society
Good morning, everybody. We will start the program by invocation.
Good morning, ma'am.
Over to Maruti. Good morning, one and all. We will start the program by invocation.
Shri Saraswati Namostute वरदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते नमोस्तुते कौमारी शारदा सकलकला स्वरूपिणी कौमारी शारदा सकलकला स्वरूपिणी श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते वरदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते वीणा पुस्तकधारिणी निरंजनी ब्रह्मिणी ब्रह्मचारिणी वीणा पुस्तकधारिणी निरंजनी ब्रह्मिणी ब्रह्मचारिणी श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते वरदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते हंसवाहसामायुक्ते विद्यादानकरी मम हंसवाहसामायुक्ते विद्यादानकरी मम श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते वरदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते वरदे श्री सरस्वती नमोस्तुते।
Thank you, Maruti. On behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, Tirupati. Good morning, one and all. I express a deep felt gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Professor D. Jamna Madam, Rector, Sir K. Sandhya Rani Madam, Professor D. M. Mamta Madam, Dean, Incha School Social Science, Humanities and Management, Professor K. Anuradha Madam, Head Professor T. G. Amdavalli Madam, and our organizing committee members. Without whose continuous support and engagement, we a reality today. I also thank the resource persons for the one-day webinar for accepting our invitation without any hesitation. The resource persons were invited as per the requirement of the webinar. I welcome Dr. Sunita Madam, Dr. T. Vijay Kumar Sir, Dr. W. G. Prasanna Kumar Sir, and Professor G. Gopal Reddy Sir, to share your expertise in this webinar, which will go a long way in our profession and life in future. As we know, life skills have become an important part of our life. New Educational Policy 2020 emphasizes life skills to lead healthy life. It will help the next generation to prepare for life and navigate uncertain future. A key focus of NEP is transforming the quality of teaching, where teachers will be empowered to lead change. So, life skills education is very important to one and all, at all levels of education. Objectives of the webinar are to know about the foundation skills for life in early childhood and care education and school education also. To understand teacher education and teaching of life skills education. To get an awareness and appreciate vocational education and skill development among youth. Significance of NEP 2020 in higher education. Now let us march forward together to achieve these objectives. Thank you, one and all. Over to Professor T.G. Madam to proceed next. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. It's a very important national webinar. Life skill education. Life skill education is very important at all levels of education, because in all walks of life also, life skill education is very important. It is a honor for me. It is an honor and pleasure to introduce the inauguration guest, who is also a very good friend of our department, and Madam is well known in our university and all the other university. It is none other than Professor K. Anuradha. Madam is a professor and coordinator, UGC SAP DRS2 in the Department of Social Work, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, Tirupati, AP. Madam had obtained her master's degree in social work from Roshni Nilaya, Mangalore, and clinical experience in psychiatric social work from NIMHANS, Bangalore. Madam had done her PhD in the area of child mental health, a social work educator for the past 30 years. She is specialized in medical and psychiatric social work. Madam is the external member of the Board of Studies in Social Work and doctoral committees of many universities. Madam is a trained qualitative researcher from University of Oxford, UK. Madam has conducted many research and consultancy projects, supervised doctoral students, and is presently associated with the British Council, Chennai, funded project titled Gender Parity in Higher Education, a case study of AP. Apart from teaching and research, she evinces keen interest in capacity building activities, having been trained in staff training and development at Loughborough University, UK, and also in counseling skills and techniques with lead expertise from Relate UK. She is actively associated with various NGOs in their capacity building activities. Madam has served as the executive member of the ISPSW and also the member of the editorial committee of Journal of Professional Social Work. Madam has held various positions related to the corporate life of our university, served as member on various committees, and has published nationally and internationally. Apart from her participation in national and international seminars and congregations, Madam has been awarded the AP State Best Teacher Award for the year 2019. This is a very brief CV of our Madam, whose biodata is a very vast one. You know, for the short of time, we are giving a very brief glimpse of her achievements. Madam, I welcome you. The platform is yours, Madam, for the inauguration of this webinar.
Thanks, Professor Amuda, and a very pleasant morning to all of you who are present here for this webinar on NEP 2020 and life skills education. I'm very happy that the Department of Education is organizing this particular webinar as a part of their webinar series, which they started almost a month and a half ago. And the team in the department have, I should say that they have not left any stone unturned in inviting eminent personalities, that is speakers, to speak on these occasions. And as it is explicit from today's flyer also, I see that they have been able to bring in very eminent people to talk about this particular aspect. And on my behalf also, I thank all the speakers who have spared their valuable time to be with us on this occasion today. And I should also extend my hearty congratulations to the team in the Department of Education, convened by Dr. Anita, and of course, spearheaded and who is the driving force, that is Professor Amutawalli, the head of the Department of Education. And I wish that this event will go forward in a very smooth manner, and that there will be lively discussions on this particular area. Now, coming to the topic, that is life skills education in relation to the NEP 2020, I see that the program has been organized in a very sequential manner, that it starts with the early childhood education as a foundation for laying the life skills for a child. Then they have proceeded to talk about they have brought in the topic of teachers training as a component of life skills education. And also this particular event touches on the need for vocational training. As we see, life skills education constitutes a very important component in the education spheres, and I would say in our life, as already Professor Amadvalli has said. And unfortunately, one sees that life skills education component is not given the adequate time and attention when it comes to education. That is, in terms of the time spent in the schools or institutions of higher learning. That's because we allot a particular time for uh, training or educating students on life skills education. But my plea is that one should not see life skills education as a separate entity. It should become a part and parcel of everyone's life. And if it has to be effective, it has to be from the point of view of the teachers, because we all of us play a very important role in imbibing those skills for our students. And hence, we need to be trained effectively. And when I say we need to be trained effectively, we teachers are quite instinctive. We need only to further strengthen our skills and be very mindful of delivering them to our students. And we say students because you as a part of our Department of Education are training student teachers, and that's the reason why they need to be trained effectively to take this message forward. And I'm sure that you all will agree that life skills are very important for leading a happy life. And when we say happy life, we all want to have a good quality of life. Our quality of life has to be good. And above all, we all need emotional regulation. And that's the key to happiness. And that can happen only when we are very mindful of our skills in our life. And in the current scenario where we have been using technology because we can't physically be associated closely with each other, in this era of the new normal, where the pandemic 2019 is overcoming, or in the sense, empowering our lives in a different manner, we need to see that our students make effective use of the time on hand. So planning time for their activities is essential skill, because they have to deal with the challenges associated with this current situation. And another thing is, being mindful is an important thing. Being mindful of my activity, having self control in terms of controlling my urge to go out unless it is essential. Being very creative in terms of taking perspective of the situation, avoiding unnecessary outings. These are some of the ingrained aspects that are related to those life skills. I wouldn't see them as one, two, three, communication, critical thinking, etc., etc. But then all this would encompass and come into any of those particular skills. And above all, I think the skill of resilience. All of us are going through a lot of, I wouldn't say trauma, but a sort of stress in terms of the fear associated with the virus. Yes, despite of the fear associated with the virus, there are families who have been affected, families that have undergone a lot of traumatic experience, but then they are coming out of it and they're becoming more resilient. So we need to teach our students to take things as they come, understand, take perspective of the situations that are around them, and learn to imbibe the needed resilience. And that's what will help them take forward. And I think above all, it's also being self-directed. That is, I need to take my own decisions. I can't think about people telling me how I should be, what I should do during a pandemic, for example. Or I can't think about the government telling me everything. They have told us what needs to be done. But now it's my life, and I have to decide what is it that I want to be like. So I have to be careful in dealing with the current pressures of life. And another important thing is like engaged learning. I'm a student, or I'm a student teacher. I need to teach my students that they need to practice whatever has been learned, either in the classroom or in the college or any other institution of higher learning. So unless we engage ourselves in putting into perspective and practicing what has been learned in the classroom, I think life skills will not make any meaning. Of course, there are different versions, and I'm not going to touch about what are the different For example, WHO gives a nice capsule, UNICEF talks about different skills. There are a lot of manuals, etc., which have come across in terms of life skills. And there are, of course, there's a lot of information about how NEP is talking about the need for life skills. But what I'm trying to see is like we need to engage with our students in terms of imbibing them with life skills. And this can only happen if we teachers have the right perspective, if we have the right attitude. For instance, let us not wait for a time when I say like I devote 1 hour a day to teach my students life skills. No, in my class, when my teaching, in my association with the students, make sure that we deal with helping them in imbibing their skills. Unless we see that it's integrated in our all-round activities, we cannot take this initiative forward. It reminds me of an example where one of my students was saying, Madam, these days, English is very important and our children must learn to how to communicate effectively in English. So their teacher was saying that I need to spend half an hour extra with my children and I have to talk to them in English. And I feel that that's again an extra burden on me. I just said simply, why spend half an hour extra? You bathe your children, you feed your children, you make your children do homework. Why not speak to them in English during that time itself? And you'll notice that you spend more than an hour or 2 hours talking to them in English. So what I'm trying to say is that life skills education is not a separate entity. It's a part of our life, and we need to take forward this initiative. And of course, life skills has been in vogue for past around say 2.5 decades now. And now we see that its imminence is getting stronger and stronger. And I feel that the organizers have chosen a very apt topic, an apt theme on this occasion. And I wish them all the best. And my thanks to all the speakers who have consented to be on this platform today. And I also thank the department for offering me space on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the valuable message. Madam, you had rightly spelled out and rightly told that life skill education is not a separate education. It's a part of every curriculum. It's an innate, and that is, it should be within every curriculum. It is right, ma'am. But it so happens that of late, more of concentration is on the syllabus and on the content part, and forgetting about the life skills and how they adapt to the society to develop themselves. So as you said rightly, madam, this is the right platform, and this is right also that it has to be a part of every curriculum. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the valuable message to the participants, and the wishes for us will go a long way in getting success in all the programs we are going to conduct. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks, Professor Amuda, and nice being here on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Dr. T. Suresha to introduce the first speaker of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor T.G. Amudavali, ma'am, and a very warm good morning to one and all. On behalf of Department of Education and Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam Tirupati, I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Sunita Burra, team leader and member in Central Leadership, Pratham Education Foundation, Hyderabad. Madam B.R. Sunita has about 2 decades of hands-on experience at grassroots level. That includes project execution, donor management, networking, government program collaborations, apart from content development. Training and research at National NGO Pratham Education Foundation, one of the largest NGO in India. Currently, Madam is a central leadership member focusing in the area of education and organizational development at Pratham. She has various awards and publications as Best Innovation Award for designing and developing pictorial assessment tools for assessing microfinance members. Madam is expert in uh, commendation for developing a training module in early childhood development and preschool management for Anganwadi teachers. Madam is honored with Best Leadership Award by Pratham USA for their service towards child education. Madam's recent publications were Effectiveness of Early Childhood Education, Intervention in Government Primary Schools of Hyderabad City, a case study paper published in Desh Vikas Journal. Madam has participated in many international conferences and paper published on capacity building of school management committees for sustainable development in education from Hiroshima, Japan. Madam is a member in Indian Council for Child Welfare and other organizations serving underprivileged. I welcome you, ma'am, for this webinar to deliberate wonderful information. Thank you, ma'am. Now the platform is yours, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, one and all. First of all, I thank Padmavati Mahila University and Department of Education for organizing such a good kind of, the topic, which is very essential. As am I audible? Am I audible? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ma'am, it's audible, ma'am.
Audible, ma'am. It's audible.
Okay.
It's audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Okay. So as Professor Anuradha Garu said that, it is a part and parcel of one's life. This life skills is not, the separate kind of a structure or a curriculum that needs to be imparted to the students. So I think this is a very, very important point. We all need, need to understand the importance of it. So as she rightly said, I think this needs to be cultivated right from, the childhood. So let us see how this new education policy is talking about the importance of life skills in the complete education system. So I'm just sharing 1 second. Yeah. So we need to actually, understand what is this new education policy. And I'm sure that most of you must have read this policy before also. And we all need to actually, reiterate after 34 years of this new policy, what it says and how we need to actually put it into practice. I think that is the most important point I would like to stress upon. There are many policies that come and go, but this particular education policy, which has introduced in the 21st century, I think needs a lot of attention and the practice. So I think as a, the students of education department, I'm sure that it is going to really help you, and I'm sure that in future you are going to implement this. So let us understand like what it actually says. This it envisions India's centered education system. So what does it mean? Basically, this particular policy emphasizes on development of the creative potential of each individual. It is based on the principle that education must develop not only cognitive capacities, both the foundational capacities of literacy and numeracy and higher order cognitive practices, and also critical thinking, problem solving, not ignoring social, ethical, and emotional practices. And also, most importantly, this is the new system that should be aligned with aspirational goals of 21st century education while building upon India's traditions and value systems. So we all know that India has rich knowledge and value systems where the very old Takshashila kind of universities were there, and where the people from across the globe used to come and get this kind of knowledge. So, and if you look at that last point, this high quality education for all, which is also very important. As Pratham, many of you must be knowing, Pratham has been actually doing a nationwide survey to understand learning abilities of children across the states in India since 2005. So basically, today most of the children are going to school, but their learning levels are still very, very low. That means the quality of education in the schools is still at a very, very basic level. So if I quote an example like 50% of India's fifth grade still children are not able to read grade 2 level text, which is a very it's a concern for each and every citizen. Without having any kind of foundational skills or foundational literacy and numeracy when children are entering into primary grades, it is going to really create a lot of problems. So let us see like how we can actually look at this. I mean, what are the highlights this policy is saying? The first thing is education for all by 2030, and all children to acquire foundational literacy and numeracy by 2025. So as I said earlier, this is a really very important aspect as teachers, as the would-be teachers. I think this is everyone's responsibility, not only teachers, but I would say the parents also, to make sure at least basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. The four fundamental operations are at least reading a kind of a simple story is very, very important when the child enters into grade 2 or grade 3. Otherwise, he or she will not be able to cope up with the regular textbook curriculum. So, another important thing is they stressing more upon this ICT integration learning methodologies, and I'm sure that in most of the schools nowadays, particularly during this pandemic, I think this online and digital platforms have really helping children to understand at least what that kind of a gap is there. Still, that learning gap is there, but still they are able to attend some of these classes. But of course, they have their own problems. So this digital technology also is very important, and bringing the 2 crore student back to school and focus on 21st century skills in teaching, learning, and assessment. I think this is very important, where I would like to touch upon in next my slides that why these are important right from early childhood education stage. And the most another important thing is new curricular and pedagogical framework 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So far, we are we know that we are in 10 plus 2 kind of a system, but now this new NEP is saying this 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, which is 5 years, is like nursery, LKG, UKG, grade 1 and 2. That is 5 years of the first stage, which are really very crucial and very important. So the first time NEP has given a lot of attention to this early childhood segment, which is really welcoming. So then the 3 is again third, fourth, fifth grade, and another 3 is 6, 7, 8, and the last 4 is 8, 9, 10, 12. So it is like very important kind of I think system that I would personally think, because unless you give that 5 years of strong foundation for the child, they will not be able to cope up in higher grades and also in the further life. So let us actually understand very broadly. We all know that what are these life skills. These life skills are essentially any skills that are necessary to manage an individual's daily life. So it's like either acquired or we can learn through our real life experiences. So these are like, they are enabling individuals, young people manage their life and stay very healthy. Like Professor Anuradha Madam also said, we cannot look actually these life skills as a separate curriculum, but unfortunately nowadays these are imparted like sessions and course, for this engineering graduates or higher education students. So I think how do we actually inculcate these life components? I think we will just, I will give some very few examples like what we do in our activities. Like Pratham, Pratham is actually, having a lot of programs right from early childhood to youth. So very simple activities, what we do and how they are helpful to improve these life skills. I think that we will just try to understand. So if we look at broadly, like, what are these components of life skills and what are these competencies? The first thing is this self-awareness. And how do I actually recognize my own strengths and weaknesses, which is really important. Otherwise, sometimes you just think overconfident, or sometimes you feel very inferior. And also, how do you assess yourself? That is the most important element, I think, which is essential nowadays, to lead a very happy life. And the second thing is self-management, regulating emotions and self-discipline. This is the most important thing I think I would like to stress upon. The self-discipline is actually completely lacking, I would say, in most of the schools. Because such a simple, there are some waste papers lying on the ground, but students are not bothered to even just pick up and put it in the dustbin, or they just don't understand how they have to take the turns. I think there is some noise behind, please. I think there is some noise, please. Okay, so I think this self-discipline also right from school days, it is important, and goal setting and time management, which are like very, very important, particularly during the 21st century. I think unless you have your own goals and your own time management, you cannot succeed. And interpersonal skills, yes, they are the crucial part that play in our life, day-to-day life. Communication skills and listening skills, unless you communicate better, the other person cannot understand, and also you need to have the patience and listening skills. So other important thing is problem solving and leadership and technical skills. So these are all like, very important components, and how we need to actually integrate in our day-to-day life, I think is the most important thing we need to understand. So yeah, so let us see like what is this early childhood education, and why this EC is been given a prime importance in this NEP first time. Basically, we all know that 3 to 6 years is a early childhood education age, and NEP says that we should have access, free access to free, safe, and high quality and developmentally appropriate care and education. So this, when we talk about this developmentally appropriate care and education, it really emphasizes more on this all-round development of children. So it is the responsibility of even the government system or the private system to make sure in this particular age, the child, given the child need to be exposed to different kind of activities that stimulates all kinds of his physical, psychological, emotional, social, and cognitive skills, which are like very, very important foundational skills for the later years of life. So this particular age is given a prime importance in this NEP, and why we all know that 85% of child's cumulative brain development occurs prior to the age of 6 years, and many studies shown that during this period, whatever the kind of opportunities that the child gets, so that really shapes his future life. Another most important thing is like the government thinks that if we actually invest, at this age, if for every 1 rupee invested, we can get 10 rupees of return. And how? It is like, suppose if the child is given an opportunity at this age and care and health, including health, nutrition, and education, if we actually provide all these things in a very systematic manner, we need not actually spend more on remedial education in the later years. So that is one thing. And also we know that today, most of the students, those who are coming out of the school, like after 10th grade or even after 12th grade, they just lack all the skills. And also, they just have only the degrees, but they don't have kind of a, they're not ready for kind of an employment or for the life. So we please mute yourself. Someone is talking. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think these are the important points behind why this early childhood education that should be taken a very important stage, and also the difference between the children of advantaged and disadvantaged groups. Is very, very high at this particular point of time. People who can afford to send their children, they are sending it to private schools. If I would actually say that 5% of population, that some elite schools are there, and still 95% of our population are still going to government schools or low-cost private schools. So I think this is very important, to focus on this 95% of low-cost private schools or the government system to strengthen this preschool component in this stage. Not only preschool, but health and nutrition also. So, and coming another, the policy also says that we need to emphasize more on this play-based education, and we need to actually, focus more on this teamwork, social interactions. So we have a lot of activities to inculcate all these things. It is just not that the child of nursery, LKG, UKG is going and sitting in the classroom with a tight uniform and shoes and all, and just writing alphabets and numbers, but the child needs to get exposed to different kinds of activities, both outdoor and indoor, and lot of creative activities like puzzles and drama, puppetry, and craft. All these things are also very, very important, and it is compulsory that each and every teacher need to do every day at least for 2 hours. So the policy also says that the mother tongue and local language is very important for the child to understand better. It is just not that rote learning kind of a thing, where without understanding, without comprehending, the person cannot actually, lead a good life. So the policy clearly says that, mother tongue is important, but wherever possible, yes, both the languages, mother tongue and English also can, of course, English also is important. This, we are not saying that English can be, put aside and give only importance to mother tongue, but bilingual kind of a teaching also is really welcome. And only conceptualization. Please understand this. This is very important. Just not that, the question answers and then rote learning and giving the exams and all, but the children need to understand the concepts. So that is very, very important. So unless they understand the concept, they just cannot actually, deliver, put it in an action. So, say for example, if a human body is there, but in our science team, what we do is basically we make children actually sit in groups, and one child will actually physically they do with the liver and then digestive system, lungs and heart, and everybody they just put it together and make it like a human body, and they just talk about what are their functions, and kind of this kind of conceptualized education is very really important, and this policy is focusing and stressing more upon this. And also they said that no exams, pre-primary classes, and reduction in content load. So another the thing is, like, wherever possible, this national curriculum framework extensively incorporates numerous traditions of India. So it's not that we need to always talk about chubby cheeks, dimple chin, where our children are like malnourished, and they are like having a lot of problems, health related issues, and the Anganwadi teacher or somebody is just talking about this kind of things. But we do have a lot of traditional and localized songs and localized stories. So I think as teachers, this is our responsibility to make sure, of course, not going beyond the framework, but how do we actually collect all these things, these rich traditions and games, and give it to our children. So that is also a very important thing. And this policy also says that regarding access and provisioning for Anganwadi systems, the first one is like standalone Anganwadis we do have in villages. I'm sure you all must have seen Anganwadis are there. And if you see the other component, like in same compound, there is a primary school and there is Anganwadi, but they don't actually work together till now. So now this is a responsibility of both Anganwadi teachers and school teachers to converge and make sure at least Anganwadi teachers go to grade 1 and do some kind of activities, or the first standard teacher come to Anganwadis and see that +5 students have children who is about to enter into grade 1 are prepared, and she can actually mold them and take her to the first standard for the smooth transition. So these are like 4 categories the policy is saying: pre-primary section within primary school and standalone preschools. In the government schools, they are starting nursery, LKG, UKG. That is also like these pre-primary sections in the primary school part. And if you look at the other one is, how do we actually train these Anganwadi teachers and teachers? Okay, we have a huge system of this Anganwadis in India, and there are lakhs and lakhs of teachers. Even if you take Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, more than 20,000 Anganwadi teachers are there in each state. So how do we actually strengthen, or how do we give the capacity building of these Anganwadi teachers? So the policy proposes a 6-month certificate program in ECCE for teachers, those who have already 10+2 qualification, or it's a if less than 10+2 qualification are there, a 1-year diploma they have to do. So this is very important. Without any kind of a qualification, the teacher cannot come to Anganwadi or even a private school also. And it is also suggesting we need to have some kind of good cluster resource centers, where the best models are kept and best teachers are there and best practices are there, where each model cluster resource center can support at least 5 or 6 nearby Anganwadis. I think this is a very good model, where Pratham has been doing for the last 10 years this in the villages, where we have a very like a resource Anganwadi center, we call it, where we provide all the possible developmentally appropriate activities, and then thematic paintings and all those things. So other thing is this long-term state governments to prepare cadres of professionally qualified educators for ECC. It's not that wherever vacancy is there, some person is posted, but make sure that they are like qualified. So, and as Anuradha ma'am also said in the beginning, this teachers play a very crucial role in lives of students. So that it's very important for the teacher to encourage students and provide opportunities to students, and make students feel confident. This is I'm really stressing one more time. The child should always feel confident. Otherwise, he loses interest, and then he will be the most dropout candidate. So that's why we always need to encourage students, and then should have patience, and they should feel confident, and the children should believe in themselves. So therefore, working intentionally on teaching skills and attitudes also helps build life skills. So that is, I think, a very important thing. Governance and administration also. So far, WCD is like working separately, and school education department is working separately. And now I think it is proposing a very good convergence where they have to. I mean, it is recommending that they need to, frame the syllabus and then activities together, so that it is a continuum. And as I said before, the new curricular structure, here we see that the first 5 years, that nursery, LKG and UKG, and then grade 3 to 5, the next 3, and 6 to 8 is next 3, and then 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th is the 4 years of, but why? Because each stage has its own important, I mean, the child will have psychological needs at every stage of his life. So these first 5 years, yes, then the children will have different needs. And if they go to grade 6 or 8, I mean, it's a pre-adolescent stage where the needs slightly changes. And also if they come to 9th to 12th grade, completely they are like in the adolescent age group. So their expectations and, from the teachers and their needs are totally different. So I think depending upon these particular stages, the teachers need to support, and they also need to have a smooth kind of a growth and transition continuously. Coming to the school education also, like when we talk about grade 3, 4, 5 onwards, this curriculum and the pedagogy, the NEP is actually, suggesting that it should be holistic, integrated, and it is enjoyable. As it is, the textbooks are really good. Only thing is teaching learning practices in the classroom need to be, more strengthened, and the teachers really need to give a lot of attention and importance, and then I think automatically these things will be taken care. So learning moves away from rote learning, as I said in the beginning. It should be completely project based and concept oriented and child centric model. So other important thing is it's a holistic development of the curriculum. So it is like most real understanding and learning how to learn. Higher order skills like critical thinking, creativity, logical deduction. These things are like important. I would just give some examples like how we can actually inculcate some of these life skills. For example, if you look at the game musical chairs, I'm sure that we all must have played this game. This game helps teach kids to resolve arguments peacefully and also deal with disappointment, and improves, the practice patience. This practicing patience is also important. Nowadays, patience, actually, most of the kids or even young adults, they don't have patience, everything instant. They just need right away. So I think these things are very important, which can be inculcated only in the school through some activities and some games. And if you see, and if you actually, another example, the best example I will give, hide and seek game. Hide and seek, it is the most favorite game of all of us. And in childhood, all of us have played this. And this is a great game for teaching problem solving. How, in order to stay hidden for the longest possible time, what the children they will do? They will have to assess their options so that they can pick the best possible hiding spot. Meaning, they have to, think. I mean, they have to really think. It builds a spatial awareness, and because kids must consider factors such as, which hiding place can offer them most cover. So this involves a lot of imagination, thinking, and problem solving kind of a thing. So these are the very good examples where schools can really promote all these things, just not curriculum, just not academics, but extracurricular activities. And another, why not? Another simple thing, good manners. And how many children are we seeing nowadays? Good manners? I don't think so. Because they need to be actually taught in the schools only. Be kind, use polite words, and take turns, respect everyone. All these things are very important, which are like, can be taught or can be actually practiced when the child, right from early childhood education onwards in the school system. So these are some of I think important skills. I mean, we call them life skills, but these can be given as games and activities in the schools. So I think this flexibility in courses and the higher education the resource person a person would definitely talk about this, how we can opt, some electives and then some main courses kind of a thing. And NEP also says that a lot of importance is given to arts and science both. It is nowadays. We all think that mostly parents think that sciences are really important, like medical or engineering, but not arts. But what happened during these pandemic times? I mean, the multidisciplinary aspects are required to address this kind of a critical issue. So that is why we really have to focus more on all the subjects. It's not just only, I mean, your just data science or machine learning cannot help to address this kind of big pandemics or epidemics. So all these multidisciplinary things are important, which is highlighted in this policy. And as I said before, home language and mother tongue also important, and vocational exposure and skills. So these right from sixth grade onwards, simple skills such as gardening, pottery, woodwork, electric work, work with clay. Exposing children to actually think beyond their academics, and which can be, the creative thinking can be promoted. Here I would, I think, most of the private schools are actually not going into this, and even the government schools also. I think it is the right time to start bringing back all these skills, so that, we need not send our children again to a special courses to learn life skills. Another thing is like another important component here in NEP is transforming assessments. This assessment part I would really stress upon, which is very important. So far, we have been actually talking about 100 by 100 marks kind of a thing. But of course, in the government schools, this continuous comprehensive assessments have come, but still this NEP is focusing on, progress card will be holistic 360-degree kind of a thing. What does it mean? Like it should encourage child to assess himself, and also, the peers also will assess the child, and again the teacher. So it's kind of a three-way kind of an assessment, and mostly depend upon child-based, project-based component. It is just not only on the rote learning and marks-based. So here I would just give some of these examples of changing lives with life skills. I would mention one small case study here, how Pratham is actually, inculcating these interventions. As we already seen how important this problem solving skill. So we generally give this, in the rural areas, we ask children to identify an issue or a problem, and then they have to actually come up with the solutions. So, for example, in Lucknow, like in Uttar Pradesh, a very remote village near Lucknow, the girl students were actually, in Kasturiba school, they were facing a big problem of, the compound wall is not there, and most of the time, the students had to share a table with the dogs, cows, and other kind of insects. So, but why? Because there is no boundary wall. Hence, these animals often enter into the school compound and make it so dirty. And the garbage, completely garbage on the roads and right next to the compound. So it is like nuisance everywhere. And most of the times, these students were actually, they're falling sick also. And complaints were given, but no action has been taken. So finally, what they decided, our Pratham, through our Pratham teacher, they have explored, like, the first, they thought, okay, let us actually think what we can do ourselves. The problem is here, they have identified the problem, and then they have to come up with the resolution. So if authorities don't build the boundary wall, then we will build the wall. So the girls and all, they got together and they collected the mud from the nearby lake and gathered some bricks, and they were lying around and built a boundary wall around the school compound, which is like it's really very interesting also. And then everyone involved, like, they took the help of the cooking staff, and then cleaning staff and other caretakers of the school. And then the district authorities, they came, and they're extremely happy. So these are some examples, I think, important. We should encourage students to take this kind of initiatives and leadership kind of a thing. So this is the picture, I would say. So these are some simple projects. I think we need to encourage students to identify what are the issues around them. For example, no plastic, or for example, big alcohol or anything. So first of all, the concern should be there, and then they need to identify, and then they have to come up with the planning, and they have to be like together in one team, and they have to discuss and communicate and then execute. So this is nothing but a big life skill kind of a thing, which we all can do right from the childhood. As I said earlier, also in the schools, it is really important. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Sirisha garu, am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Over to Prasanna, madam.
Yeah. Thank you.
Prasanna, madam.
You have to unmute. Prasanna garu, you have to unmute.
Yeah. Distinguished dignitaries and all the participants attended this webinar on NEP 2020 Life Skills Education. I greet you all in this morning. A very good morning to all. I take this on behalf of Department of Education. I take this privilege and opportunity to thank Dr. B. Sunita Madam, team leader and member in Central Leadership, Pratham Education Foundation, Hyderabad. We are very grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your very informative and wonderful presentation. And it's very useful. So madam has highlighted and focused on key priorities of NEP 2020, the importance of digital skills. And madam also highlighted the map of life skills, its components and its competencies, and importance of early childhood care and education as given priority in National Education Policy 2020, and the concept-based teaching and learning, and need of capacity building among Anganwadi teachers, and also madam explained the need of pedagogical changes as per the National Education Policy to equip life skills and the life skills for the holistic development of the students. And madam also explained how the life skills change the lives of the students. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you all. I thank you, the convener of today's webinar, Dr. Vayanita, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Just can I take only 2 minutes, because I'm seeing some the questions in chat box. Is that okay?
Hopefully you can go ahead, ma'am. Arnez, please respond.
Okay. So I'm seeing this, how the Anganwadi workers do justice to the pre-primary education designed in NEP apart their heavy duties and responsibilities. See, the preschool education component, it is for maximum 2 hours of time every day, and that is 100% doable. Because we have been working with so many state governments in Delhi, Telangana, Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, where we have been giving a lot of trainings to these Anganwadi workers, how best they can actually implement these preschool activities every day for 1.5 to 2 hours apart from their other regular responsibilities. So this is definitely doable, sir. We need to have a kind of a structured timetable kind of a thing. And number two, mother support. We have taken, this ASAP 2020 actually is a very interesting thing where 65% of our young mothers, mothers and fathers are educated. So we have to leverage this opportunity. It is, we cannot just depend only on the teachers, but we have to depend on the parents also. During this pandemic, almost 75% of the parents have involved. I'm talking about rural areas. I'm not talking about urban. So all the rural area parents also have involved in teaching their children, and in the sense participated in the teaching learning things. So I think we need to look at all these aspects and make sure we have to create kind of a structure so that children are given the best opportunities and they are not ignored, and the preschool activities are conducted every day at least for 2 hours. Thank you. And once again, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for clarifying the queries raised by the participants. Thank you, madam. Thank you once again. Now I invite Dr. Anita to introduce the speaker of the next session. Over to you, Anita.
Prasanna madam. It is honor to introduce Dr. T. Vijay Kumar sir, who has more than 30 years of training and research experience, national and international level, associate professor in the area of education, in organizational development at National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, NERC, Guwahati, Assam. He is the best teacher awardee and became Asian Institute of Management, AIM, Manila. Affiliate in 2005 and to attend program on development management at AIM Manila, Philippines. He was the project director, monitoring of education project, SSA, RMSA, and MDM. Resource person on community mobilization, school and educational leadership, and Right to Education Act for a decade. 2005.
కానీ నువ్వు అమ్మలతో పాటు ఏం పోయినా అనుకున్నామా వాడికి అమ్మ పోయింది అని
Government of India. He is also a member of Offshore Bharat Mission 2012 and member of Satyam Award Selection Committee of Government of India. He consults and publishes in the area of development management with special reference to social sector development. He has successfully guided 10 PhDs and 2 postdoctoral fellows of humanities and social sciences. Sir, thank you for accepting our invitation to share your resource in this webinar. The platform is yours, sir. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anita, and respected other dignitaries, those who are on the web line, on the Zoom platform, Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar Garu, Dr. Gopal Reddy Garu, and the head of the Department of Education, Padmavati, Mahila, Visvavidyalayam, and other dean and other faculty members of the Education Department and my dear participants. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Y. Anita and her team for choosing this very important topic, that is the national, that is New Education Policy 2020 and life skills education. So this life skill education is very, very important aspect. In 21st century, the life skills became very important for training. So here I would like to focus on the teacher education and the training of life skills education. So the teacher education plays very, very important aspect. So in 21st century, when we are making the teachers, and at the same time, we want to impart the training for the teachers on this important crucial aspect. So this national education policy plays very, very important role. Let me share some of my thoughts through this small PowerPoint presentation. I think, is it visible to all, the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So National Education Policy 2020, life skills education, focusing on teacher education and training in life skills education. So here, if you see here, everybody is talking about change and transformation nowadays. So everybody wants change and everybody wants to transform. Do you agree that education really plays a significant role in nation's development? So if your answer is yes, let us proceed to answer some of other questions. What is the importance of education? Whether we are realizing the importance of education? So in this context, the teacher education and teacher educators plays very, very important role. Then when you consider that the importance of education is very, very important for the development of society, not only society, for the development of human beings. So why do we need public policy on education? This is a very, very important question we have to address as a participant of this important webinar. Then why is it important to update our policies? There were many policies since independence. Before independence also many policies were there in this country. And after independence also we brought number of policies. And do you think that the policies have changed the nation or changed the people? So in this context, if you see here, the recent COVID pandemic, before COVID, during COVID and after COVID also, if you see, so during COVID pandemic in Delhi, like metropolitan cities, the urban areas, the civilized areas where the people's behavior, you can see how the people are behaving. Even they are not following the advisories of the state government or the central government, even the WHO. So why this behavior is occurring? Not only in this COVID, but also in our day-to-day life. When you take an example of the traffic rules, a small example of a traffic rule, why people are not following these traffic rules? So all these we have to observe very critically. And here if you see, particularly in the tribal areas, if you see, I am talking right now from Guwahati, Assam, the maintaining the social distance. You see that the water post, the tribal women, a poor woman, those who are fetching for water in the tribal areas, these tribal women, how they are following the social distancing. Even in the shopping complex also you see how the people are following the norms of COVID. Because of their ethos, because of their values, because of their non-negotiables. So they are using their wisdom. So when compared with the civilized society or the highly educated society, even the highly educated individuals are not following the ethos, the culture. But whereas in the tribal culture, that means the education should come from the cultural base. The Indian ethos should be incorporated into this. So this is the best example. Recently, we have seen that the literate society has not at all followed anything. So that means the real education, the purpose of real education is bringing the behavioral change, behavioral modification of the individuals. We are unable to modify the behavior of the people. So in this context, teacher education plays very, very important role. The training of teachers is very, very important role in this in this new education policy. So now we are talking about the knowledge is becoming increasingly relevant for social and economic development. So across the world, the governments are trying their level best by changing the policies, by designing the new policies, and by implementing the policies and for creating the knowledge-based societies. The information societies, knowledge societies, and knowledge-based economies are very, very important context for this today's life. Then if you see, the maturity level of economy is closely related to the tradition and research, and at the same time the development. So it all totally depends on the educational system. Old and traditional research and development activities, then basic and applied research. So the educational system is the key element for bringing the maturity level of economy. So here in this context, if you see the taxonomy of knowledge, if you see, so the knowledge starts from the data. So that is a preliminary thing, the data. So the know, that is nothing. Through data, you can't derive anything. It is only a numerical figures. And if you process the data, information will be there. The know, that is a knowing how. And the knowledge is know what is happening. Then wisdom is know why. And at the same time, enlightenment is know for sure. So here one has to travel from the stage of a data to enlightenment stage. The education should help the individual to enlighten themselves. So here we are stopping at data and information level only. We are not processing that. So for this, the training is very, very important aspect. How we are training the teachers and how we are imparting the teacher education, particularly for developing the life skills among the individuals. So the 21st century is totally, it is focusing on life skills. It is very, very important aspect across the world. So here earlier also our Millennium Development Goals. I think you might have heard that Millennium Development Goals before 2000. Before 2000 to 2015, we were implementing that the Millennium Development Goals. The Millennium Development Goals were also emphasized the life skills to be promoted and learned for practice in teacher education. But what happened? In Millennium Development Goals also there was an emphasis, but we are unable to follow that. Why it has not happened? Because reluctance of teachers, reluctance of teacher educators. The lesson plans were prepared by the teacher trainees are having only some of the skills. But some teachers, they are all the components were included. So when there was a more consonance in using the cognitive skills, critical thinking, logical analysis, and all these things were not reflected in our lesson plan preparation. So this was a major challenge before the teacher educators. Though we are identifying the skills, many policies have come right from the Millennium Development Goals, Sustainable Development Goals. Now we are talking about Sustainable Development Goals. So under the Sustainable Development Goals, this new Education Policy 2020 plays a significant role. So here, holding children back in classrooms where they have failed to learn without changing anything about the teaching learning process doesn't improve learning. So in this context, re-looking, revisiting, and redesigning the teacher education programs, very important aspect. If you see here the new Education Policy 2020, the vision is building a global best education system rooted in Indian ethos and also aligned with the principles enunciated above. So transforming India into a global knowledge superpower is the main vision of this national education policy. So the aims and principles of the policy says that access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. So accessing the teacher education programs, maintaining the equity aspects, and also the delivery of the teacher education programs, then affordability for the rural or tribal people, and at the same time accountability. So here, capable of rational, preparing the human beings or preparing the teachers which with rational thought and action, and at the same time possessing the compassion and empathy. And these are the important values based on ethical moorings and values are very important principles and important aims for the new policy. Here if you see that the policy aims at producing the engaged, productive and contributing citizens for the plural society. And at the same time, this policy emphasizes on flexibility for learners to choose their learning trajectories. And at the same time, no hard separations between curricular and extracurricular activities, no hard separations between art and science subjects. These are the very important aspects on which this policy has been built. So the multidisciplinary and holistic education, conceptual understanding rather than rote learning, then the entire education system should be based on the ethics and human values. That is the constitutional values like empathy, respect for others, cleanliness, equity, and on life skills. So the policy has already laid down enough emphasis on the life skills as a foundation. So if you see here, the 3-language formula and the new other curriculum frameworks are going to come for school education, teacher education. The progress card for school-based assessment will be there on 360 degrees, multi-dimensional reports. So all these things are there. So coming to the teacher education. What is this teacher education? The teacher education, it is a program of education, research and training of persons to teach from the pre-primary to higher education level. The important contribution of this policy would be bringing the teacher education from school education to higher education. So the National Council for Teacher Education now is going to work in the higher education sector. So the policy has come now during this pandemic season, when schools have to adjust to new societal demands, transforming themselves. So much of the energy that will drive the economy will be generated in the classrooms. When you believe that much of the energy is going to drive from the economy will be driven from the classrooms. So how the classrooms should be strengthened? So it is clear that without a skilled workforce, no community will prosper and no industry will thrive. So with these beliefs, the National Education Policy 2020 highlights the redesigning and re-engineering of teacher education. So despite the best efforts of the educationists and the governments, the stakeholders and the schools are struggling to meet the evolving needs of the students and their future employees. So this policy will help in changing the landscape of employment opportunities. When you focus more on the life skills, when you're focusing on the 21st century skills for preparing the learners, definitely this policy will be going to create better employment opportunities in future. So here the teacher education encompasses teaching skills, sound pedagogical theory, and professional skills. So teacher education means not only teaching skills. Most of the time we concentrate only on teaching skills, but it also have a component of pedagogical skills and professional skills. Because of lagging these pedagogical skills and professional skills, our teacher education programs are not being effective. So therefore, we have to focus on equally, we have to give equal weightage to teaching skills, pedagogical skills, and professional skills in our teacher education programs through this new educational policy 2020. So the teacher education refers to the policies that is designed to equip the prospective teachers with the knowledge, attitudes, behaviors, and skills. Why we have to give this knowledge, attitudes, behaviors, and skills for the prospective teachers? Because they're required to perform their tasks effectively in the classrooms and the schools for wider community. So therefore, we have to equip our teachers through our teacher education programs, emphasizing on the 21st century skills. So if you educate a boy, you educate one individual. There is a saying. If you educate a girl, you educate the whole family. And if you educate a teacher, you educate the whole community. So therefore, teacher education is having a lot of impetus on educating the community. So this one has to underline here. Then the organizational patterns of teacher education in India, if you see, there are many programs now at present: pre-primary education, primary teacher education courses, secondary teacher education programs, and also the courses after MED and MA, that is vocational teacher training programs of 1 year, physical education teacher, then training courses to prepare teachers of music, dance, painting, fine arts. So like this, there are heterogeneous programs are there. There is an heterogeneity in the organizational patterns of teacher education programs. So the challenges in teacher education, what are the present challenges? If you see the present challenges, several types of teacher education institutions. So we are unable to concentrate or monitor for the quality teacher education. Then poor standards with respect of resources. Then unhealthy financial conditions. Superficial teaching practice. We are not taking the teaching practice as a serious internship for preparing the prospective teachers. Then improper selection of the candidates, also one of the important challenge here. Then the curriculum, traditional curriculum and traditional teaching methods. Then haphazard and improper organization of the teacher education programs, inadequate duration of the teacher education program because of a number of reasons. Lack of regulations in demand and supply. Demand is very less and supply is more. There is no balance between demand and supply. We require only 100 teachers per year, but we are producing thousands of teachers without quality. So that is the major challenge before the teacher educators. So the NEP recommendation, the National Education Policy recommends that there is aiming for high professional standards among teachers. So the teachers also should acquire the professional skills. The teacher educators also should acquire the life skills first, then only they can impart. The new education policy proposes establishment of national professional standards for teachers. And at the same time, the new policy proposes to restructuring of national curriculum, that is a National Council for Teacher Education, into professional standard setting body. So that is one of the important recommendations here. So the National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education by 2021 will be formulated in collaboration with NCERT. And gradually by 2030, all these things has to be happen. So the minimum degree qualification for teaching will be 4-year integrated B.Ed program. Then stringent actions will be taken against substandard, standalone teacher education institutions. So a national mission for mentoring will be established with a large pool of outstanding seniors, retired faculty, and at the same time in different languages. So who would be willing to provide short and long-term mentoring, professional support to university and college teachers? So this is one of the important recommendations. So the multidisciplinary approach of integrated 4-year B.Ed teacher education program, then special teacher, shorter teacher education programs for handling gifted children with special needs and other creative talents, and B.Ed programs with the time-tested curriculum and pedagogical methods. So here if you see the teacher education programs, the Bloom's taxonomy. The Bloom's taxonomy indicates that there are skills required for the teacher educators to train the teachers. What are those skills? So in this multidisciplinary approach of integrated teacher education programs, the skills like collaborating, moderating, negotiating, debating, commenting, net meeting, Skyping, video, conferencing, reviewing. So these are the important skills which are required for the 21st century. So the collaborating skills focusing on questioning, and at the same time moderating skills, replying, the negotiating skills, posting and blogging, and at the same time debating, networking, commenting, contributing, chatting, emailing, twittering, microblogging, then instant messaging. So these are all important skills which are already mentioned in our Bloom's taxonomy, but fortunately or unfortunately, our teacher education programs are not focusing on that, and we are unable to equip the prospective teachers through our programs. So here, the terminology of how it has been used here is the creating, evaluating, analyzing, applying, understanding, and remembering. Do you really think that our lesson plans are having all these components? So without these components, how you are going to equip our prospective teachers on life skills? So that is very, very important aspect. So let us hope under this new education policy, the National Education Policy 2020, with this 4-year B.Ed teacher education program, we will have enough time and the duration will be sufficient for focusing on all these aspects. So here, if you see, for the first time, 21st century skills will run like a thread through the curriculum and be woven across disciplines, various disciplines like crafts, practices and teaching practices also. So collaborative, innovative, critical thinking, problem solving, decision making will be coupled with digital literacy and information technology. So all these skills should be incorporated into our instructional skills. Then only the teacher education and life skill education training will be complete. Otherwise, it will be incomplete. Social and emotional skills will be embedded in the curriculum. Apart from all these 21st century skills, social and emotional skills also plays very, very important role, like empathy, resilience, conflict resolution, and relationship building are skills which offer the key to success in a rapidly changing world. So the world is going to change at a rapid pace. So for that, we have to prepare our teachers, equip our prospective teachers, so that these teachers can play an important role in managing the class and also in developing the in carving the future citizens of this country. So here the teacher education programs plays very important aspect. So the educational model envisaged in national education policy will refine and re-engineer classroom transactions. So here if you see the 21st century skills, how we have to incorporate here is the collaboration across networks and leading by influence, and at the same time agility and adaptability, initiative and entrepreneurialism, then effective oral and written communication, then accessing and analyzing the information, curiosity and imagination, information, media and technology, life and career related skills, and creativity and innovation. So all these things should be incorporated into our teaching practice programs, and at the same time the instructional skills are to be more focused on practice rather than theoretical expositions or theoretical exposure to the students. So here the new standards will guide the role of a teacher at different stages and the competencies required for that stage. So therefore, please underline this statement: role of a teacher at different stages and competencies required for that stage. So the teacher education programs, through our teacher training programs, definitely we have to focus on equipping these competencies in different stages of the teacher training programs, promoting the continuous professional development of teachers. That is, opportunities such as workshops and online teaching methods and development of the modules will be provided under this new policy. So this is a welcoming sign. So continuous professional development of the teachers also very important, not only for the teachers but also for the teacher educators. The teacher educators also should focus on continuous professional development. Then only the teacher education programs will be more quality, and more quality delivery can be done in the DED and BEd courses. Then every year the school teachers and principals are expected to participate in 50 hours of continuous professional development opportunities. So this is not only for the teachers, but the teacher educators also should concentrate on how best they can improve their develop their continuous professional development. So here for the principals also there are certain modules are related to leadership, management and implementation of pedagogical plans. Then competency based learning. The competency based learning, when as a teacher trainer, you want to impart the teacher training programs, whether it may be in service or pre-service, the first of all that you should become the training quality. You should acquire the training qualities. So fortunately or unfortunately, all our teacher educators, they are acting like only the teachers. They are not acting like a trainers. So trainers' qualities are different. The teachers' qualities are different. So if at all you want to equip the prospective teachers, first of all, you should transform into trainer. The teacher educators should acquire the training qualities, the training skills. Then only the competency-based learning can be provided in the teacher education programs. So the policy also proposes that is 4-year integrated program. Then there will be a lot of changes in this. Then the BEd programs will include the training of the time-tested pedagogies are going to be implemented. Then recent techniques in pedagogy, then including pedagogy with respect to foundational literacy and numeracy. And at the same time, multi-level teaching and evaluation. Teaching for the children with disabilities, that is children with special needs. Teaching children with special interest or talents. Use of educational technology. Learner-centered and collaborative background sound, please. So the NEP highlights on schooling. Schooling says here, to promote teachers from the rural areas, the National Education Policy 2020 proposes a large number of merit-based scholarships. So this is one of the important recommendations in this National Education Policy, because the rural area teachers, the teachers from the rural areas are lagging the access to these programs. So therefore, to encourage the rural area teachers, merit-based scholarships for studying the BEd programs across the country are going to be taken up as a major initiative under this new National Education Policy. So the scholarships will be provided, which includes preferential employment in their local areas. This is another important paradigm shift. Preferential employment to attract the merit from the rural areas for the teacher education programs and after successful completion of their BEd programs. So this is one of the forward linkage for this teacher education program. So the teachers hired as master instructors for teaching local art, music, business, sports, carpentry, etc. will be given a lot of importance. Then teachers interested in any specialized area for teaching at the university level, for them the shorter post-B.Ed certification courses are also going to be offered under this national education policy. So the new and comprehensive national curriculum framework for teacher education definitely will concentrate on the inventory of instructional skills, that is the epistemic constructive skills, and also the techno-pedagogical skills. Then the 21st century skills like coping skills, acting autonomously, self-direction skills, taking initiation, and at the same time the learning skills, learn to learn, learning to learn. So here the learning skills that is very, very important. So when you want to transform yourself as a teacher educator to trainer, the teacher trainer means you should have passion towards learning. First of all, the teacher educators should develop the learning skills to learn. Then the management skills, monitoring and mentoring time, persons and resources. These are very, very important. So the managerial skills also very, very important to impart the life skills. Then thinking skills like creative thinking and critical thinking. Then reflective skills. Then emotional maturity skills. That is, these are very, very important for the teacher trainers when you impart the life skills education training. Here, the emotional maturity skills such as self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and social management. So these are important skills which are to be incorporated into our instructional skills. Then functioning in socially heterogeneous group. That is also one of the important skill of acceptance. Now we are working in a silos. One teacher educator may not mix up with another teacher educator. One teacher education college cannot mix up with another teacher education college. So here, the functioning in socially heterogeneous group, that consciousness has to be developed among the trainers, teacher trainers. That is skill of acceptance, skill of adaptability, then adjustment skills like social, home, school, workplace, and educational environment. Then social responsibility skills like acting responsibility, demonstrating ethical behavior in personal life, workplace, and society. Then human relation skills, then digital skills, then communication skills, and effective reading and listening skills, motivating, creative thinking, skills of questioning, then study skills, cooperative skills, collaborative skills, and skills of evaluating. So all these instructional skills have to be acquired by the teacher trainers first. Then only they can go for the training of the prospective teachers. Otherwise, it will be very, very difficult. The teacher education colleges may not deliver the expected 21st century skills among the prospective teachers. Then teaching and technology, we should use this National Educational Technology Forum is going to be created under this NEP 2020. So the teachers will undergo rigorous training to use online teaching platforms. So therefore, here acquisition of digital skills plays very, very important, and tools and become high quality online content creators. So here, there will be an emphasis on the teacher's role in facilitating active student engagement. So the use of technology platforms such as Swayam, Diksha for online training of teachers has been encouraged under the new education policy. So therefore, under this national education policy, for imparting the life skill education, for training the prospective teachers on life skills, the teacher education institutions should also transform. They should also equip the facilities suitable for the online training of teachers. Online platforms are to be widely used in teacher education programs. That means the teacher education programs have to be integrated with the focus on imparting the life skills so that the future teachers can transform the classrooms and also equip the students in all these aspects. So with this, I will stop here. So I think I have highlighted the importance of teacher trainers, the teacher training programs on imparting the life skill education for preparing the future citizens under this national education policy. So now I think the forum is open for any question and answers for 2 to 3 minutes. Otherwise, it is over to organizers.
Thank you, sir, for an elaborate deliberation. Now I request Shanti Sudha to see that whether there are any questions for discussion, and please carry on to sir, tell to sir to clarify the doubts. Shanti Sudha?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, there is a question from N. Narayana. NEP says that teachers for all levels, starting from pre-primary to 12th class, should have 4 years integrated B.Ed qualification. Sir, is it feasible?
Yes, it is definitely feasible. Already we are having this 4 years integrated B.Ed programs through our NCRT regional colleges. Already the experiment is quite successful here, but gradually by 2030 onwards. So gradually the standalone institutions will be replaced with these 4-year integrated programs. Definitely it is feasible.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I don't see any other question from the participants in the chat box yet.
Yeah.
Okay, Shanti, thank you very much.
Hello, excuse ma'am.
Yeah.
Sir.
Can you ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sure,
yes.
sure,
Sir, good morning, Dr. Yakia here.
Okay, good morning.
Sir, policy perspectives has a very ambitious and highly prospective on appearance, sir.
Yes.
But with regard to the execution and implementation,
Yeah. Your voice is not coming, Yakaya, Dr. Yakaya.
sir?
Yeah.
Please.
Can you repeat, please? Can you repeat?
Yeah, policy has proposed many highly effective 21st century skills building, both for teacher in service trainees and for the in service and pre-service.
Yeah.
Now, its execution and implementation does matter. What measures are taken on those areas? What is going on? I just would like to know update from you.
Yeah. It is a very ambitious question too. Now we are in the stage of a beginning. The policy recommendation, just policy has been accepted, and many more things have to be drafted. First of all, the curriculum framework has to be developed. Then there should be some wider consultations with the state governments, and because it is a federal structure, the education is in the concurrent list, and there should be wider consultations, and all the active teacher educators should be participated in the workshops and seminars. And it is now our responsibility how best we can design and participate for the designing of the implementation strategies. So it all depends on the stakeholders right from the central government to the teacher and the headmaster. We have to take the proactive role now. This is only a broad framework. Now the institutional strategies, implementational strategies have to be carved out from this policy. For that, active participation is prerequisite condition. It is too early to give the judgment. We cannot judge now, but let us have a positive outlook, positive expectations from this policy. Definitely, we can develop the implementation strategies with the proactive involvement of all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Sudha, and thank you, Yakia, sir. Now I request Dr. Madhavi ma'am to propose a formal vote of thanks to Vijay Kumar, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, one and all. On behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, Tirupati, I am glad to propose vote of thanks to Dr. T. Vijay Kumar, sir, Associate Professor, Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, NERC, Guwahati, Assam. Sir, thank you for this excellent and elaborated presentation on teacher education and training in life skills education. Thank you, sir, for giving a detailed explanation of importance of teacher education in life skills and vision, aim, and principles of life skills in teacher education, and also challenges in teacher education program. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable time, and we are very grateful for your presence as a resource person for our webinar. Thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you for giving this opportunity.
I would like to thank Dr. Y. Anita for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Now I request Dr. P. Renuka Madam to take over for the next session.
Introducing the resource person, Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar, sir. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhavi. Respected dignitaries, colleagues, research scholars, and the participants of this national webinar on NEP 2020 Life Skills Education. Good morning to one and all. On behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam Tirupati, a warm welcome to you all for the third session of this national webinar. The topic of the present session is vocational education and skill development among youth. And the resource person is Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar, sir, the Chairman, Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, Hyderabad. Prasanna Kumar sir has obtained bachelor's degree in social work and master's degree in sociology, public administration, and political science. Sir has obtained PhD degree in education and professional education degree in environmental economics, public relations, communication, and training and development. Under Prasanna Kumar sir's leadership, Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education has done many nationally recognized instrumental works in building rural resilience. Under sir's able guidance, Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education has taken many decisions in several areas such as Nayi Talim, that is experiential learning, community engagement, rural immersion programs, Swachhata action plan activities, exhibitions on waste management, comprehensive sanitation management in villages, and compiling the textbooks on waste management and rural management, etc. Sir has worked for the initiation of PG diploma program in environmental hygiene, sanitation, water and waste management, and MBA program in waste management and social entrepreneurship, and BBA program in rural management in higher education institutions across India. Sir has conducted many national conferences on rural management for the development of curriculum for BBA program in rural management. Sir has also provided his able guidance for the compilation of Swachhata Campus Manual, Jal Shakti Manual, and Jal Shakti Gram Manual, etc. Sir has also conducted several capacity building and action research programs in climate education, disaster management, and crowd management, etc. Sir has also acted as director to the National Green Crops, where Sir has instrumental in promoting environmental education activities in educational institutions. Sir was instrumental in promoting Swachhata in nearly around 200 villages in the country and in documenting this effort. This is very, very brief about Dr. Prasanna Kumar sir. With this, now I request Prasanna Kumar sir to take over the presentation. I welcome you, sir. Now the platform is yours, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Renuka ji, and thank you, the university and all people who were instrumental in making this program possible. It's a wonderful opportunity to meet very senior academicians from across the country who are participating in this wonderful interaction that you have scheduled on national education policy. I've been curiously following the discussion since morning. I joined a little late. I found that the interactions are positive in nature. They're in terms
Sir,
of
you are not visible,
how do
sir.
we get the work into practice, or how do we get the work of national education policy into practice. That's been the focus, and I had a real opportunity to learn from colleagues, esteemed colleagues like Vijay Kumarji and the representative of Pratham. So it's a learning opportunity for all of us. So in life, learning and life are not to be separated. They are to be taken together. And we attempt to do that all the time. But many times we miss that opportunity. We think that learning is different from living. But learning and living they're interlinked, interrelated, and they are not separable. Since independence, we've been struggling to provide education to our citizens in this country. We have had the opportunity of working under British and living under British for a very long time, more than 300 years. And because of that British influence, because of the British ethics, which gives priority to paperwork when compared to the practice, when compared to actual work itself, we are forced to think most of the time in terms of sitting and working with the paper than working with a machine or working with the tool. That has been the condition post-independence, that continues to be the case even now. So if you look at the advertisements of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan or now revised Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, or look at any of the advertisements or promotional campaigns which are directed towards getting people into the school, whether it is called as back to school or joy of learning or whatever you would call. You focus mostly on making the child fit to do a desk job, or making a child to look forward to work in an office condition where he is office smart. So there are people who are school smart, there are office smart, there are people who are street smart, there are people who are family smart. So in that format, we've been trying to work on making people office smart. That is, keep everything ready, have everybody to work for you, have everybody responsible. And then in those conditions, if the lift works, if the bell works, if the table works, if the chair works, if the pen works, if everything works, I will work. That is a type of mindset we have generated through our education system all through. Another attempt has been surreptitiously and through ideological means also, the educational policy and implementation realm has gone into a theoretical thinking and practice of that theoretical position of liberating human beings through office work, or liberating human beings through the cognitive knowledge of being able to write, read, and probably sometimes do some mathematics. This has been our attempt. So the universities which have been promoting educational philosophy or educational practice through their departments of education have been continuously insisting, continuously promoting the concept of education for education's sake, knowledge for knowledge's sake. This has become a slogan. This has become a slogan to the extent that people started believing. So the purpose of education, when you interview or when you interact with the faculty members or the education departments across the country, that education is for knowledge, or education is for the purpose of education, for enlightenment. So these are nice slogans that we have been hearing. And these slogans, exactly the opposite of these slogans is what we have seen in the neighborhood, especially China, where they have been focusing on work while they have trained our intellectuals to focus on non-work or knowledge without work, or table work, or paper work, or ideologizing, or focusing on revolution, on things which would be making a lot of difference to a lot of people without doing much work. So the total attempt has been to dissuade the total process of learning from actual practice to theorizing, to sermonizing, and to working on cognitive aspects with almost zero concern for affective and psychomotor domains, if we have to borrow from Bloom and his taxonomy. Anyway, when you look at the Indian scholars who've been, or Indian themes or Indian methodologies of working, without taking the colonized perspective of education, we have Gandhian model, which is there in front of us. Gandhiji was promoting a model basing on his experience of dealing with Indians in South Africa, people who migrated to South Africa. And while dealing that, he found that education which is useful, which has utilitarian perspective, which has to deal with the food and health of the people is most important. And around that food and health is what we need to learn: writing, reading, mathematics, and science and social studies. That is what was Gandhiji's perspective. That perspective he called as a NEP2020 1938 NEP2020 idea has come up. And after 1938, post-independence, we never followed Gandhiji's idea of NEP2020, nor did we take it forward. So we started working on the same model of the Westminster, of the British educationists, of putting people in the classroom and trying to give them knowledge and knowledge and knowledge in a way that they will be able to handle paper and paper and paper. But eventually we have a situation where people who are being through the schooling or through the education system, many of them are not able to produce their own original paper, original thought-based paper. They are not able to write their own letters or their own thinking. They are not able to put things on paper, and they are not able to actually do any work. So small things which are related to use of hands, the skill of use of hands is almost bereft in the present generation. This is a situation where we are in. Now, this is the context in which we have the vocational education coming up very, very strongly in the National Education Policy 2020. This National Education Policy 2020 is taking a revolutionary, a method of comprehensive public policy change, a method of transformative public policy, where the idea, the focus is on how we handle our work, how we handle the vocations that we are looking at, how we handle the work that is there in our hand. So in this context, if we are looking at what is that we can do as through this national education policy, first time that national education policy has made it clear that every student will go through vocational education. It is not that some people will go through vocational education. I've been regularly visiting SCERT in Andhra Pradesh, and now of course in Telangana also. The focus of education has always been on non-vocational aspect in SCERT system. In SCERT, you also have a vocational education department. It is similar department exists in NCERT also. Similar is the focus available in the teacher education curriculum also. There is a mention of vocational education everywhere, but there is no practice of vocational education. There is no stress or there is no required input given to vocational education either in NCERT or SCERT or teacher education system across the country. From that area where those people who are least respected or least valued or least required are pushed to vocational education in SCERT for quite some time, they've been doing that. This has been the case in the the way we have practiced education in the country. In schools, there have been some schools where they have introduced vocational education. At +2 level, we have vocational education introduced. And those vocational educations are also traditional vocational aspects of carpentry, fitting, and things which are otherwise available in ITIs were also put in the vocational education in the +2 level in various colleges and various educational establishments. So in this context, since that is valued less, since the stream of vocational education after +2 what? That linkage between the +2 level of vocational education, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th structure of vocational education, if that was not linked to the graduation, and if there is no extension of this vocational education, that became meaningless, because there was no link provided from the schooling to the college, from the schooling to the college, and later on to the university, from the university back to the universe, to the real world. That linkage was almost non-existent. So from this perspective, when you have no linkage provided, and no opportunities for teachers to grow, and no opportunities for the students to pursue further, and no link with the job, no link with the vocation, then vocational education became meaningless. That is what we have seen as experience of vocational education. From that, we are looking at a shift where every institution, every student who is going through any school will definitely go through the vocational component from 6th class onwards. The beauty of the total process is that 6th, 7th, 8th, you have vocational education compulsory, integrated into the course. And then 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, you have opportunities of semester system. Once you have the semester system, you can further specialize on that. And then the educational policy has another important component of at the university level, you can quit at 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. That means in graduation, you can quit after the first year and get into pursuing that as a certificate course, 2 years diploma course, 3 years a degree course, 4 years research-oriented degree course, by which you can get into MA and do a 1-year MA course, and then after that you can get into PhD straight without going through MPhil. So this structure is so well knit that a student who is interested in vocation can continue the thread of vocation. Unfortunately, today we have students who go to engineering colleges and medical colleges without vocational education background. How will they handle? They are handling the tools for the first time. They are handling the precautions for the first time. They are doing the work for the first time. The steps of handling any work is for the first time they are getting into when they are getting into either medicine or engineering or agriculture or architecture or law. Any of the professions that we look at, they are getting to touch the equipment, touch the tools, handle the tools for the first time, even nursing education. So in this context, if they have been continuously handling the tools, the management of tools, handling the tools with care, precautions, the steps of doing work, if they have been introduced to that, then their professional education would have given much more benefit. Today, you go to any engineering college, any employer who is going to engineering college would find that only 15%, 10%, 20%, 8%, 6%, 3% of people are employable. That means you are creating engineers, you are training engineers who are unemployable. This is really, really not called for. This is not the way we conduct our education. This is being found to be lacking of the vocational component, lacking of the skill of handling tools, handling work, managing work. These aspects were not there when they have gone into their professional course. Hence, during their course, they are not able to handle their course well. And if you see the IITs or technological institutions, NITs, which are well furnished, well supported by workshops, you will find the students wearing the uniform of the workshop and working with the tools in the workshop. Every student wears the khaki uniform and goes to the workshop when he enters IIT or NIT. But that doesn't happen in the other engineering colleges. So the workshop orientation or work orientation is almost missing in the total education system right now. And you ask any parent, why is that they are sending their child to the school? They will say that they want their child to get into an employment. So the theory or the ideology which was propagated as theory of education for education's sake, education for enlightenment's sake, is not what people think is the instrumentality of education is. Instrumentality of education, as is felt by the people, is to get a job, to get competency to handle a piece of work. That is missing in our total curriculum. What should have happened is work being the center, vocation being the center, and all other subjects being supportive of that. What has happened is vocation eliminated, work eliminated, and all other subjects are in the center. And hence, when you go to any village, when you go to any place, you see most of the people who are loitering on the roads or loitering without work are the people who have turned incompetent because of education. They have gone to the school, they have gone to the college, and they have learned how to be incompetent. So incompetence has become a trait of educated person. He would not be able to do anything. So he is idling away. You go to any village or any of these places where there are very residential area, the people who are loitering without work are the people who are educated, which means that education has told them not to do work, not to get into the parents' work, not to get into the neighbors' work, not to get into any work, not to get engaged with any fruitful work. This is something which is atrocious. When you have 130 crores of citizens in this country, if everybody has to get into employment, there are several types of employment, several types of opportunities available, but not enough. Not enough to cater the needs of 130 crores of people. So what we require is a model where you have education, through education, during education you have internship. That means the student is getting involved in the work during the education. Right from 6th class, when you are talking about 10 bag-free days, on these 10 bag-free days, the student gets involved in some work, whether it is business or whether it is a craft, whether it is an occupation, whether it is a place where they produce something or a mill. They will get involved into the operations. They learn the niceties, they learn the precautions, they learn the steps, they learn the way tools are used, and then they pick up from that and they continue that. So what is assured is job or work is assured, their skill is assured. Once you have a skill on you, you are likely to be sure of your livelihood options, livelihood opportunities. From internship, if the student gets into the next level, is apprenticeship, where the student works on a vocation, on a trade, on a job, or on a business for a year or so. He gets hands-on experience of doing it with the support, with the guidance of a senior to whom he is attached to. Now we are also going to see in banking also apprenticeship is coming up. In every trade, every type of activity, apprenticeship can come in. Next step of apprenticeship is not employment. Internship, apprenticeship, not employment. Internship, apprenticeship, and entrepreneurship. Every farmer is an entrepreneur. Every farmer is investing every season. Every farmer is handling his crop, he's handling the inputs, he's handling the throughput, he's handling the process, he's handling the output, he's handling the sale and purchase, he's handling the profit and loss. So the farmer is risk-taking person. Risk-taking persons are entrepreneurs. The students need to get into entrepreneurship. Next step. So which means that agriculture should be an integral part of vocational education right from the 6th class onwards. 6th, 7th, 8th, vocation of agriculture, not the theory of agriculture. Getting involved in agriculture, because agriculture is something which is nearer and dearer to around 40 to 50% of population even now. When you have 60% of population living in the rural areas, you have at least 40 to 50% of people who are engaged in agriculture and allied activities like animal husbandry, pisciculture, floriculture, dairying, and also the bee culture. So you take several of the opportunities which are linked to the plants and animals, including non-timber forest produce when you are in a forest area, the beekeeping and then honey and picking up horticulture, forest-based horticulture. So several of the opportunities which are available, they are in the knowledge realm of the society in that particular area, community in that area. That knowledge from the knowledge realm of the community, from the practice realm of the community, they should also be classroom. The classroom should reach out to these places, and these places should reach out to the classroom. The trade is learned from the tradesman, from the craftsman. The craft is learned from the craftsman. The person who is doing the work knows how to do the work very, very effectively. So we get the craftsman, the tradesman into the classroom, a tour operator into the classroom, a farmer into the classroom, a dairyman into the classroom, a floriculture person into the classroom. They will come and handle the students, tell the students on what is that they can learn once the students go to the field. This type of opportunity being available for all professions is what is required. If required, we may even rename vocational education as professional education. It's fine. Whether if that gives value, if that gives value to the work that the student learns, let that be. Let the total curriculum get that facelift and value lift by way of adding the professional component in it. And in the name itself, there are countries where they have introduced a professional component in the name, the way they handle the curriculum itself. Except in Britain, many of the European countries, whether it is Germany or whether it is Netherlands, whether it is the countries like Sweden, Finland, they're all into teaching, training, getting the students into handling equipment, handling processes, handling work in a way that the student is competent to handle his work later on independently. So the process of apprenticeship, process of internship, and finally the process of entrepreneurship are all linked in a very, very effective way. So this is important that when we are handling, let's not think that the language is for language sake. Language is for expressing the work. Mathematics is not for mathematics sake. Mathematics is for handling the work. Measurement sake. Mathematics is for measurement, calculation, so that the work can be effectively handled. All mensuration is handled by way of actual practice in the field of agriculture. So national education policy gives this opportunity of going out of the books, going away from the books, getting the context into the text, and text into the context. Many times we have instances where the text is saying something and context is saying something. I'll share with you a couple of instances before I close my interaction with you. One of the situation is when I went to Tirumala, I was interacting with the students in Tirumala, school students in Tirumala, the school there. I asked the students, when is the rainy season? So all of them said the rainy season is between June and September, October. That is the time when the rainy season is there. So after a while, I went around with the bush, and after that, I came back to the same topic. When do you have rains? When do you have rains? Was my next question to the children there who were sitting. Children in one voice said that November, December, January is the period when we get the rains. So after some time I asked, what is rainy season? Rainy season is when you get rains. So if you look at these three aspects, if rainy season is when you get rains, when you get rains in November, December, January, but your definition of rainy season and actual life experience of rainy season and classroom textbook definition of rainy season, which says June to September or June to October, they are not matching because the textbook is written by somebody's context, not the students of that particular school. That particular area is governed by the northeastern monsoon. They are not governed by the southwest monsoon. Tirumala has northeastern monsoon like Chennai, like part of most of Tamil Nadu and part of Kerala. So the student's life experience is something and the textbook is saying something. Once you get the context into the text and text into the context, these things will not happen. Another instance I will also share. I asked the students, if you cut open a ripe papaya, what will you eat? So everybody said seeds. I asked them, what is the color of the seed? Then all of them said black seeds. Very good. After a while, I asked them, did any of you eat papaya these days? 4 or 5 people raised their hands. Yes, sir, we ate papaya. So I asked them, did you cut or somebody cut it? They said, my mother was doing that. So when your mother cut the papaya, what did you find inside? They said, no, nothing. There were no seeds there. Because the papayas which are mostly available these days are seedless papayas. The experience of the child is a seedless papaya, but the reality of the textbook is papaya with black seeds. The answer which the teacher likes is papaya with black seeds. So they give the answer which is liked by the teacher than the answer which is there in the context. This is from where we are working. This is what we are going to change in the national education policy that we are working on. We get several aspects of work integrated into the national education policy. We improve the vocational education by promoting the role models who are there in each of the trades, each of the vocation. Each of the vocation, there are role models who have done exceedingly well. They have done extraordinary work, and their collar is no longer a blue collar. They are also into green collar. They are into environmentally sound practices and environmentally effective practices. We can use the social media to promote vocational education. Whoever has done very well, exceedingly well in whichever area, that can be promoted so that student knows that there are several opportunities, not just 1 or 2, engineering or medicine or nursing or law or architecture. But beyond that, he can look at including agriculture, including horticulture, including pisciculture, including beekeeping. There are several opportunities. We need to move away from blue-collar jobs to green-collar jobs. And agriculture and allied sectors still have a major role in employment and entrepreneurship opportunities. Agriculture is an entrepreneurship. Whether you are integrating the drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation, Agriculture has the component of entrepreneurship. You are every minute taking a risk and looking for an opportunity of reaping the benefits of taking that risk. We also need to get into the method of frugality. Frugality is where the student is looking at how does he get more from less, with less water, with less capital, with less pesticides, with less insecticide, with less inputs. How does he get the best benefits? So in diverse environments, we need to look at it. And government has to recognize these role models. Recognize the role models. In fact, schools can get these role models of the neighborhood into the classroom and honor them, so that the student knows that these are the values, these are the people who are valued, their work is valued. There is a need for sharing sharing these aspects on a separate platform. We need to generate that platform and create that opportunity. There should be no stigma attached to the vocational education. Presently, our perception of vocational education is, जो पढ़ाई में यूजफुल नहीं है उसको हम वोकेशन में भेजेंगे. ऐसा नहीं है. जो वोकेशन में एक्सेलेंट है उसको पढ़ाई भी करना है. Everybody has to get into learning to work with equipment, learning to work with people, learning to work with situations, learning to work with different types of environments. So when it is compulsory for every student from every background, what comes up is the dignity of labor. Students will start feeling that every work is valued. Dirty hands make clean. So definitely every student, every student needs to learn. Every type of work is valuable, and absence of any type of work will impact all. Hence, the dignity of respecting each employee, each type of work, each type of occupation, each type of vocation is to come in. That will make huge difference. So at the preschool level, before the student gets into the school, now of course preschool we are integrating into the school. From that to primary sections, we can get the students into activities relating to swachhata, relating to water, handling the plants, so that they are already doing some. They're already doing some work which will give them value, and where they know how to handle equipment. They're using the hand. Gandhiji was talking about using the hand, heart, all three H's. Our education has become more of head and less of heart, and definitely not hand at all. So our linkage of this hand, head and heart is almost missing. If you put your head onto the work, and if you are putting your hand onto the work and doing it with complete dedication, which is actually putting your heart on the work, definitely work will excel. That will lead to a situation where we are getting into discovery of things. We are getting into the innovation of things. We are getting into invention of things. Discovery, invention, and innovation. These are the three things which are required for any nation to grow, for any economy to grow, for any population to actually excel. If discovery, invention, and innovation are to be done, if the student is not involved in work at all, how does he discover? How does he innovate? How does he invent? So when he is doing work, he will try to develop the skills of doing that work effectively. He will perfect it, and he will create a new methodology of doing the same, an effective methodology of doing it with less input and able to derive more output. So what is important in this total thing is, how do we actually get the students involved in work and upgrade the school infrastructure, school timetable, the teacher mindset into actually valuing work and valuing people who do work. This will make a lot of difference to the country, and also will actually make the student competent and never nervous about whether I will get a job or not. He is confident that he would be able to create a job and create opportunities for others to participate, to learn from, and to share from their knowledge and experience. So in this, we can have the companies and the organizations which are involved in corporate social responsibility or institutional social responsibility, if they are non-corporate but they are businesses or small activities starting from NGOs, the students can get involved in it so that the common foundation skills and specialized advanced skills and expert skills, all this transition from common foundation skills to specialized advanced skills to expert skills, the student goes through while doing the work, while getting engaged with the work. So this will really benefit the student. And see, we have been working on skilling the nation. We have started Skill Development Corporation. We are working on skilling in every area. Why is that suddenly we are starting talking about skills? Because we have developed a large young people force which is unskilled, which is not competent to do any work, which is not required by the industry, which is not required by any employer, which is not interested in agriculture, which is disoriented to everything around. So from that, if you have to get them to actually orient, get them to connect, you cannot suddenly get them to do these things unless they are connected right from the beginning. So the vocational education methodology of internship during the education, apprenticeship immediately after education, and finally entrepreneurship, that methodology would definitely help in promoting vocational education, making vocational education integral, not only integral, but making vocational education central to education in a way that we have a confident country, we are a confident country, we have our population, which is a great human resource, great value addition input, right? So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity of interacting with you people. There are some questions I would like to definitely take and interact with you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful speech on the vocational education. Can I come there? Sir, thank you, sir, for your wonderful speech on the vocational education, skill development among the youth. Thank you, sir. Now I request Santi Sudha to present the queries raised by the participants for clarification.
Thank you,
Sudha.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, I don't see any questions as of now in the chat box. Okay, sir. Just now I got a question, I guess. It's from N. Narayana. Sir, are there sufficient teachers for Realize VE?
Vocational education, the teachers are the people in the field. Don't try to look at the teachers who are in the school having the competencies of handling vocations. Because these teachers who are in the school have not been put into learning the competencies required or acquiring the competencies required during their teacher education. In B.Ed, there is no vocational education component which makes them competent to become a teacher. So don't try to look from that perspective. It is not possible immediately. So what we really need to look at is, if there are people available in the field, if there are people who are working in the field, get a teacher who is the person who is doing the work. Get a tailor into the classroom, let the tailor talk, get the tailor to handle the class. Let the student go to the tailor and start working with the tailor, learn from the tailor the task of tailoring or the work of tailoring. In the same fashion, if there is a floor mill, a gidney in the neighborhood, the student can go to the gidney, get the gidney man into the classroom. These need not be, we can have a farmer coming to the classroom sharing about what is happening in the farm front, whether it is pesticide, seed or fertilizer. Or the students can be taken to the farm where the farmer is giving them first-hand experience of what happens in the field. So The society is to be taken into confidence, will have to be engaged with. We need to get engaged with the society, and society needs to engage with. The community, neighborhood community will need to be engaged with the schooling so that the student learns that which is useful for the community. And the community helps the student in learning what is required for the community, and the student gets valued back in the community when he comes. We've seen many places, I'm repeating this point. Infrastructural upgradation of schools and colleges. Is vocational education possible without infrastructural upgradation? That is what I'm saying. The college cannot become vocational without connecting with the community. Community has vocations, community has practices, community has real life experiences which they are ready to share with. That is where we need to learn. We need to learn from the place where it is happening than to get that place into the classroom. We are certainly not competent to handle all those things in the classroom by the present system of present employee or present teachers available. We need to take the input from those people who are already there in the field and learn from them. We need to pave way for others to come into the classroom and go out where work is happening. That is where we can learn. So that over a period of time, teachers will also learn, whether it is the teacher educator or whether it is a school teacher, they will learn part of it. So they will give a part of the orientation, but hands-on is important. If you don't use hand, there is no vocation. Only using the mind is not vocation. Using the hand is vocation. Using the hand, heart and head, all three together is vocation. Learning the vocation in a way that one turns into an entrepreneur. One needs to turn into an entrepreneur so that he is not beggar on the road looking for employment. He is not going one institution or the other after the other institution, going from one place to other place seeking employment. But he would be creating employment. He would be doing his own work with prestige, with pride. The farmer is not going begging. The farmer is a proud entrepreneur. The way we handle, we need to make difference there. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sudha, is
sir.
there any questions?
No, ma'am,
Thank
there are
you
no
so much, sir.
questions.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. I definitely agree with the importance of vocational education and vocational training and an experience to the students. But only observation I have is, even if it is rural or urban context, traditional vocations are in the hands of the traditional professionals irrespective of their education. As a teacher, can I compete with them if we go with traditional? Rather, the modern innovative vocational to start with, till both the teacher and infrastructure is equipped where we can confidently teach. Don't you think it will be nice to begin with modern vocational skills rather than initially or immediately, like in case of basic education, to start with the traditional handicrafts and vocational trainings?
Yakeji, I agree with you to a large extent. Whatever is handy, whatever is available, we need to start with that. So whatever is if you have modern vocation, modern opportunities available in the neighborhood, go there. Learn from that. It's basically using the hand. It's using the head, hand and heart in coordination. If the modern is not available, you don't go from a village to a big city or go to Sriharikota to learn from them. Sriharikota neighborhood will learn from Sriharikota, while our Anka or Mallepalli neighborhood people will learn from Mallepalli neighborhood vocations, occupations. Every place has opportunities to teach. Every community is ready to teach, provided a student is ready to learn. And again, I am saying that we are not looking at the traditional teachers or the classroom teachers learning these trades and becoming expert in that. No. Over a period of time, the methodologies that you have in your B.Ed, will have to incorporate the vocational component in a way that vocation is integral and central to the methodology, whether it is a maths methodology or social studies methodology or science methodology or language methodology. Once that becomes the central, then they will find work everywhere, and there are several opportunities for learning, and students will learn from everything. There is nothing. If Amul factory is a symbol of modernity, dairying also a symbol of modernity. Handling the milk cattle is also modern. The way you handle, if you change, then it gets modernized. Every profession is getting modernized. Every trade is getting modernized. The techniques are getting changed. The tools are getting changed. The equipment, the way you handle the equipment is changing. There are so many different material which is coming up. There are so many types of material which is coming up, which we are using now, which was not there earlier. Though the traditional occupation is there. See, if you see the vessel making, the pots, if you look at the pots, you have the plastic pots coming up. So there is an innovation at every level. If the young people get into innovation chain, then they can contribute to, because they are continuously looking at opportunities, looking at improving things. They will learn a lot. And in the process, teachers also will pick up something. Suddenly, you are 100% right. Suddenly, if you are expecting the teacher to learn tailoring or learn some trade or business, if you are looking at a BCom educated person to actually handle a business, he will not be able to handle a business, though he is a commerce graduate, because he has never done that type of work. Once he will start learning now, because of this compulsion of getting into learning from practice, he will start learning. But till he learns, the student and he together can learn from the field. That is what Gandhiji said. The student or education system has to learn in a way that teacher and student are working together and learning together. It is not that even in construction of knowledge, we talk about the same thing, that knowledge doesn't exist, you need to construct the knowledge. For constructing knowledge, you need to work together. You need to create from the field. You need to construct from the field. So there are opportunities. As you said, there are opportunities in the modern occupations. I know that what you are trying to point out is there is a stigmatization of the traditional occupations. There is a stigmatization of the traditional occupation in this country. So from that, if you are looking at each of the traditional occupation giving the value, is valued and giving the value to education, then we need to recreate the dignity of labor, where every student is touching and working on the material available in the neighborhood with the people who are doing work with the material available in the neighborhood, so that we start respecting them. Modernization of the tradition or modernization of the traditional occupation is happening parallelly. At the same time, respecting the traditional occupation, the way it is, the trade, the way it is, the craft, the way it is also essential. That also we will learn. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful deliberation on the vocational education and the skill development among the youth. And now I request Dr. T. Sirisha to propose vote of thanks to Professor Sai Kumar, sorry, Prasanna Kumar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka Madam. Good afternoon, one and all. On behalf of Department of Education and Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam Tirupati, I take this opportunity to propose formal vote of thanks to Dr. W. Kumar sir, Chairman, Government of India, Hyderabad. First of all, we thank you, sir, for readily accepting our invitation to be as resource person for this webinar. At the outset, sir have deliberated on NEP 2020 life skills education with the topic vocational education and skill development among and elaborated expressive thoughts with a lot of information by his extempo speech. Sir has highlighted on experiential learning at all levels of education in the form of in various levels of education, which will be, thank you, sir. We can ensure that the knowledge shared by sir will have an importance in the profession of the participants in their forthcoming future, and also that we will try to make it in the practice also, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful deliberation. I thank Dr. Y. Anita, program convener, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all. And now I request Dr. G. Sunita Bai Madam to take over the next session for introducing the resource person, Professor G. Gopal Reddy, sir. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you,
sir.
Dr. Sirisha.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Sirisha. A very good afternoon, all the dignitaries and the participants. And I welcome all the participants and all to the last session of the webinar on NEP 2020 Life Skill Education. It is my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Gopal Reddy Garu, Professor, Department of Political Science, Central University of Andhra Pradesh. Currently, Sir is a Pro-Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar. He has a total of 35 years of teaching and research experience in the field of his specialization. He had completed 3 projects funded by University Grants Commission, New Delhi. Regarding research guidance, 5 scholars are awarded with PhD degrees and 6 are awarded with MPhil degrees under his guidance. He is a reviewer for 3 books, authored 6 books, and he published 30 articles in reputed national and international journals. Further, he has presented 65 papers in national and international conferences, seminars, and workshops, and he delivered lectures more than 40, including chairing technical sessions of national and international conferences, seminars. In addition to, he has attended more than 40 national and international conferences and seminars, and he has organized 50 national seminars. Regarding his administrative experiences, he is a member UGC University Grants Commission, New Delhi, Advisor Committee ICSSR Southern Regional Center, Hyderabad, UGC Expert Committee for the award of major research projects, and is a member and board of studies for various universities. He is also acted as a Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Palmuru University, Principal, Postgraduate Colleges in Osmania University, Joint Director, Professional and Allied Studies, Osmania University. Some of his corporate life is started as member, president, and chairman in various professional bodies like Executive Council, International Political Science Association, Canada, Body of Governance Research Committee on Asian and Pacific Studies, International Political Science Association, Institute of Asian Studies, Hyderabad, Indian Institute of Public Administration, New Delhi, All India Political Science Conference, Indian Political Science Association, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Society, Mumbai, Osmania Graduates Association, Hyderabad, Osmania University Center for International Programs, Hyderabad, Rashtriya Samaj Vigyan Parishad. Some of his awards. He is award of Senior Research Fellow, ICSSR, New Delhi, India Asian Friendship Award by Center for Southeast Asian and Pacific Studies from SV University, Tirupati, National Political Scientist Award by Indian Political Science Association, Best Paper Award, Best Paper Presenter Award by American Studies Research Center. So he is actively involved as a member in various committees at national and international level, and at university, various universities levels also. This is the brief CV of Professor Gopal Reddy garu. Now I welcome Professor Gopal Reddy sir for the deliberations on the topic higher education and its significance of NEP 2020. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, Monday. Good morning to everyone. Is I am audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Is I am audible? Good morning to all. Program coordinator Dr. Anita garu, Dr. Vijay Kumar garu, and revered Professor Prasanna Kumar sir, Chairman, National Council of Rural Education, and other important personalities who are involved with this particular program. Dr. Chandra Prakash Reddy, who introduced me to this particular theme, and faculty members, research scholars, and invitees, those who are participating in the program through the webinar. This pandemic situation is not allowing us to meet physically, but we are not disallowed to organize the various programs through the technological advances taking place in this country. So, on 29th of July 2020, National Education Policy was approved by the Government of India under the chairmanship of Narendra Modi ji. Then onwards, we are discussing on through the several webinars, various aspects of the higher education in the entire education system in this country. The significance of this particular education policy 2020 under the leadership of Dr. Kasturi Rangan, if we examine it and if we wanted to know about the significance of this particular policy, we have to go back to the entire educational scheme in this country from 1947 onwards, or 1948 and 49, which was the first higher education commission headed by the Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan. From then onwards, Secondary Education Commission in 52-53 and National Education Commission in 64 under Dr. Kothari. Later on, 1968 National Education Policy. Then 42nd Amendment also brought some changes to the national education policy in this country, and higher education has been brought into the concurrent system, concurrent list of the national Indian Constitution. And also the 1986 National Commission on Education. And later on, this particular commission, after 32 years gap, we had a new National Education Commission under the chairmanship of the Kasturi Rangan. Several committees have looked into the various aspects of the entire education system in this country, and they have recommended several things, but their recommendations were lying in the papers itself, because for the namesake, they have appointed the committees, and whatever recommendations they have made, they have not taken into the consideration. Wherever they felt useful for them, they have implemented it. Otherwise, the National Education Commissions, various commissions from taking from Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, Kothari Commission, even 86 Commission and Mudaliar Commission also recommended various and important landmark changes in the education policy. But the political will of the state is very, very important. Who is heading the government and who is looking the education as an important tool for the change of the national goal. That was very, very important. That is the reason they have not implemented. That's what I feel. From the 1948 commission, the University Commission headed by the Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, while submitting his commission report, he observed major task of the education is to improve the character. We are building the civilization, not the factory or the workshop. That is what he said while submitting in the University Commission to the Government of India. Fortunately, he became the University Grants Commission Chairman and also Vice President of India later on. And he became the model for all of the teachers. We celebrate Teachers' Day on September 5th. That is the birthday of Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan. But unfortunately, we are not following whatever they have advocated us through the various commissions, various reports. That is an unfortunate thing. At this particular point of time, why Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan used that language, I am unable to understand, because he might have assessed the political system at that particular point of time. That is the reason he might have expressed that we are building the civilization, not the factory or the workshops. And that's how the Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan felt. And in later on period, one article appeared in the Indian University News, that is Indian universities, temples of learning are warehouses. This article appeared 30 years back in the Association of Indian Universities publication, that is University News. Why that news also appeared, I don't know. But the thing is, as far as my knowledge goes, the entire education system, the higher education especially, the entire country where the state universities are being governed by, run by the state government, these universities are turning into the really warehouses. Why I am using this particular language is because the higher education is nobody's baby after 1976, because through the 42nd constitutional amendment, this has been brought into the concurrent list, and state governments established state universities and state education institutions. Central government is establishing at national level. So far, we have only less than 50 central universities in this country where they are functioning in an effective manner, because there are no political interference. Directly, University Grants Commission is monitoring under the supervision of the MHRD, and all the central universities, most of them are functioning in a better way than the state universities, because state universities, they are not recruiting anyone. The faculty posts are vacant in all the state universities. More than 70% vacancies are there in the state university. That is how this article written by one of the eminent personalities, that is Chittaranjan Daftar, in the year 1990. This appeared in the 2001 in the Association of Indian Universities newsletter. Where they weekly publish one newsletter in that it is being published. So the universities are turning into the warehouses. That is what it is happening. Unfortunately, though the several education commission reports are before us, before the various governments from 1947 onwards till today, they have not taken into the cognizance and they have not implemented. So is this particular policy document, which is being called as a national education policy document, NEP2020, which is being supported by the Kasturi Rangan, is a milestone document and milestone shift from Macaulay scheme of education to the Modi mark of education. That's what I feel. Or else we can say Nalanda model of education, since they have used this Nalanda model in their document also. So India was not a country without any education. From the ancient days onwards to the till the advent of the foreigners in this country and British rule, India had given and trained so many foreign students through its education institutions like Nalanda, Takshashila, Ujjain, Vikramshila. And Nalanda University, which is situated in Bihar, used to attract the students from various countries, and they used to learn 52 disciplines through 52 kalas through the various disciplines. That is what the Nalanda scheme of education was there. And unfortunately, later on, we have established in many more institutions, but we are not sticking to the basic principles of the education, what we are supposed to. We are not in a position to build the character, just we are importing the education. Earlier speakers also spoken length about what type of the graduates we are preparing. We are preparing the graduates, they are unemployable. That is an unfortunate thing for this entire nation. The whole world is looking toward the Bharat, that is which was once a Vishwaguru, and again hoping that Bharat will become once again a Vishwaguru under the leadership of the Narendra Modi ji. That's what the whole world is expecting. Unfortunately, all these things happened and we couldn't go forward, and we haven't built the character, and we haven't created independent minds. We haven't created any such system, education system, where the students will think in independent way and innovative way, and inventions can happen in this country. That is the reason the National Education Policy to 2020 in its preamble itself, they said they are insisting upon the providing quality education to the young minds of this nation. Providing quality education is very, very essential. That is the reason they said think, equip and reflect. The students have to think on their own. They have to equip themselves and they can reflect on it. But the lot learning system, which is happening in this country since last 70 years, we haven't created an atmosphere in the education field that they will think on their own individually and reflect in the scheme of education. That is the reason this particular scheme is very, very important. And I want to quote at this particular point of time, the educational institutions in this country, they are not giving any freedom to the student. So this 2020 National Education Policy, freedom to think, freedom to leave the course, freedom to think, freedom to reflect, and freedom to act, and has been provided in this particular scheme of education. So access is there, equity, and access, equity, quality, and autonomy, freedom. All these things have been given in this particular scheme of education. Why I am mentioning this is because if we as students, many participants, those who are in this particular program also, part and parcel of the scheme of education, we have a part of the Macaulay scheme of education. We don't have any indigenous education scheme, and we are reading whatever the Western scholars have written and whatever the Western scholars produce in the field of education. That has become a that has become a Bhagavad Gita for all of us. And Kautilya, who has written the Arthashastra, his Arthashastra is a model for the entire world. And the world is looking toward the Arthashastra written by Kautilya, an Indian author, an Indian economist, and who was the advisor to the Gupta dynasty. And that his book has become for all of us and not important at all. That is an unfortunate thing for all of us. That is the reason, and that is the reason we have to switch from the Macaulay scheme of education to the Modi mark of education or Nalanda model of education, and where they have deviated from the earlier scheme of education, where they have advised the government of India through this policy document, major shift in entire higher education scheme and also school education scheme and also teacher education scheme. Teacher education, school education, already earlier speakers have addressed it. And also the vocational education and skill development has been addressed by Dr. Prasanna Kumarji, and I will be touching only on higher education. So far, whatever higher education we are learning in this entire university system, though we have established the universities in the entire country, and today we have around 50,000 colleges and 1,000 universities in public, private, central university and state universities together. And around 26.5% students are enrolled in the higher education. At any given point of time, around 3.7 crore students are enrolled in the higher education system. Just they are getting the degrees for the sake of degree. That is what it is happening. That is how the major shift is needed in the scheme of higher education in this country. That is how the Kasturi Rangan committee felt. Higher education is based on the 4 core areas. That is teaching, research, dissemination, and expansion of the extension of the knowledge. That is what we have to do. Teach to transform, learn to lead. We as teachers, as already dealt by the other speakers, and what type of the teacher education is there in this country, we all know. Just one year course, and 1 year course also congested to the 9 months. 9 months course of it is happening, and what sort of the B.Ed education is being imparted in the education institutions in this country, we all know. Out of the 50,000 colleges in this country, more than 10,000 colleges have just 100 students in their institutions. That is where we are going in a different direction, and where we are not in a position to create a congenial atmosphere for the student. That is the reason the national education policy under the NEP 2020 advocated that we have to establish the multidisciplinary institutions where the students will interact with the various disciplines. Arts will be there, social sciences will be there, science will be there, medicine will be there, agriculture will be there, Unani will be there, technological institutions also will be there. Such type of the institution campuses are being advocated by the National Education Commission. So the multidisciplinary institutions which are being advocated by the Kasturi Rangan Committee report will definitely and give an atmosphere, provide an atmosphere for the student, think, equip and in himself and for the reflection, and where he will be interacting with the students with the various disciplines, various subjects. This is a major shift, and where in each and every education institution, 3,000 students should be there. That is what the higher education institutions are needed. Such type of the institutions we have to establish. My dear friends, those who are in this webinar, you all know how the higher education institutions were established in this country by the philanthropic persons who have donated huge money and huge lands for the establishment of these institutions, with a Banaras Hindu University, which was established by none other than the Madan Mohan Malviya. He was not a ruler. He was just an advocate and freedom fighter. He gathered money by collecting donations from the various parts of the country by touring, and ultimately established the Banaras Hindu University. Banaras Hindu University is a model university for the entire world. That is how the university system has to function. Nalanda we had earlier, and later on we have been established by the Madan Mohan Malviya, Banaras Hindu University, where we have the education, where we have the medicine, where we have the engineering, where we have the agriculture, where we have the other, all the courses which the National Education Commission is recommended. I belong to Usmania University. Usmania University used to have the agriculture in university campus, Ayurvedic medicine in university campus, general medicine in university campus, and also other engineering college and all other faculties used to exist. Even veterinary college was there in Usmania University, and multidisciplinary universities were there in those days, and many universities which were established long ago, 100 years ago. They were the multidisciplinary universities where they have developed the students, grow in a congenial atmosphere where the multidisciplinary impact will be there on the students. We as the students of political science teach in the public policy and political science, where the interdisciplinary approach in our research, we advocate the students. This concept is propagated by the foreign Western author that we are taking it as a model. But prior to it, India had the multidisciplinary institutions, multidisciplinary approach in the higher education scheme. It was there in this, but we have forgotten, and ultimately that has become a part of history. And now we are copying from the Western scholars. Oh, multidisciplinary research and multidisciplinary approach in higher education is very, very important. That is what we are having. Unfortunately, in this country, after 1947, and we do not have a person who thinks in Indian terms about the education system. And everybody was looking with the colored glasses towards the Western countries and what is happening in the West. We had a great past in this country that we have forgotten. That is how the India's higher education scheme is like this. We are not in a position to create the mindset of the young minds, innovative mind and inventionist mind, thinking independently. That is the reason our graduates, those who are coming out of the higher education institutions, they are not employable. That is what the survey says. That is the reason the multidisciplinary higher education institutions are needed, and we have to expose them so that the students will learn all aspects, all types, all the entire knowledge. Let the noble thoughts come, according to the Rig Veda, let the noble thoughts come from everywhere. That's what the Rig Veda says. So from all directions, let the student know the information and knowledge, whatever he wanted to acquire. And another important landmark even change in this particular scheme of education is that student can multiple entry and multiple exit. Whenever the student wants to enter into the education institution, he can enter, and whenever he is not in a position, to comfortably complete the education, he can exit. Maybe because of the financial problem, maybe because of the some other problem, he wanted to discontinue. Earlier, if he is discontinuing the scheme of education, again he has to take the fresh admission and foregoing whatever efforts he has put, whatever money he has spent on that particular time, during that particular time, and labor what he has spent, and the aspirations of their parents all went into the dustbin. And again he has to take a new course and fresh admission, and he pursue the course by spending the money. But through this particular scheme of education, multiple entry and multiple exit, giving flexibility to the student, he can enter into the education scheme whenever he want and wherever he want, and he can pursue this scheme. And as Prasanna Kumar was mentioning, and once we complete the course, just 1 year you want to leave, and the certificate will be given. If you are leaving after 2 years, you will get another certificate. You are leaving after 3 years, you will get another certificate. But your labor and your money, your efforts, whatever you have spent on the scheme of education will not go waste according to this scheme of particular education, this particular scheme. Another important thing is milestone recommendation by the National Education Commission is academic bank of credits. The student who has pursued the education in one particular institution, he might have acquired some credits, and this will be deposited in the academic bank of credit. And whenever he is pursuing, he is joining in another course, he is joining in another institution, or for this in the same institution to continue the same education, and these academic credits will accrue to particular individual account, and he can use that credits whatever he accrued in the earlier scheme of education also. So whatever that is the reason I am proposing that the new education policy, national education policy, the effort put by the student, the money spent, and the time spent by the student will not go waste. That is the reason this education scheme is a milestone milestone. This is a milestone scheme of education in the Indian history. Multiple entry, multiple exit, academic bank of credit, multidisciplinary education institutions, and many more education, many more aspects have been recommended by the this Kasturi Rangan committee. And apart from this, there are many things. They have now we have the scheme of education, where the present scheme of education, the continuous inspection will be done by the higher education institutions. And higher education institutions will send, AICT will send one letter, UGC will send another letter, DST will send another letter, Indian Council of Social Science will send another letter, and Indian Council of Indian Historical Research Center will send another. Like this, the different letters will come to the institution. We are coming for inspection and all sorts of things. And this has been done away by the National Education Commission. And while launching the National Education Commission on 29th of July 2020, the then Education Secretary, MHRD Secretary said, now the education institutions have to forget about the inspection Raj. Now they have to concentrate more and more on the quality inputs to the students. And hereafter, the education institution is given permission, whatever they wanted to upload, whatever they wanted to submit in the form of reports, in the form of requests for grant of funds or for any other thing, they need not go to any institution. They have to upload their reports to the higher education bodies. Automatically, they will be considered. And that is how the higher education institution, whether the university or the college, they are free from the inspection Raj system, which was there, which was in work since last 70 years or so. Then the teachers and management and administration can concentrate more and more on providing good infrastructure, providing good faculty, providing good quality of education to the young minds in this country, those who are the aspirants coming into the education institutions. For them, they can provide the quality education. That is what the scheme intends like that. So there are many reforms brought by the National Education Commission, and whatever apex bodies are there in the national level, AICTE and UGC, they will be merged into one particular organization. We have a huge number of engineering colleges, pharmacy colleges in this country, and these two are being monitored by the UGC as well as AICTE. Now, hereafter, only one monetary body will be there. Of course, the UGC will be replaced with the change in name, and only one monitoring body will be there. And structural changes also have been brought into this. And the accreditation has become a very, very important aspect hereafter. Already, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, is going in the direction, and University Grants Commission also, whatever suggestions have been advocated, few were already in the work implemented by the University Grants Commission and NAC also. So in future, a student wanted to join in any education institutions, definitely be looking towards the NAC grading of a particular institution, placements, and how the placements are taking place in this particular institution, and what is the grade of this particular institution. That is how they are going to look into it. As a parents, we are also look at, we want to join, we want to admit our ward into a better institution, and the institution where the environment is good, where environment is convenient, environment is congenial, environment is to learn more and more serious education is being imparted. Such institutions we are looking. So just for the sake of education, imparting the education, and for some other purpose, the education institutions they have run, they have sent the report, the inspections used to take place, and they used to get whatever rank they used to get, they wanted. That is going to be dispensed now. And now the national education policy said, as far as the structural changes are concerned, these two bodies will be merged into one, and hereafter, one apex body will be monitoring the higher education institutions in this country, and another body is going to come up, that is standard setting board. The another one is National Accreditation Council. The fourth one is National Grants Commission. These four independent bodies will function independently. That is how the national education policy is going to be implemented. The major and most important aspect which we have to come, there are many important aspects and being considered by the National Education Commission. And one among them is that they have recognized the diversity of the diversity in this country. Students from various parts of the country, they have the different languages, different local atmosphere, local situation, local tradition, and local practices. Keeping that in mind, they are going to publish the books in the regional languages, and regional content and regional aspects and regional language will get year after more and more important place in the scheme of education, so that if the student belonging to a Hindi heartland or Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telugu, or Bengali, now the books will be available, literature will be available, more and more literature will be available, so that the students will learn in their mother tongue language without any hesitation. Because I am not discounting the English as a language. English has its own importance, but we have to make the students to learn their education, especially from the young school education to the higher education. They should be given an opportunity to learn the education in their own mother tongue, so that they will be familiar with the friends, familiar with the family, familiar with the mother tongue, and familiar with the education institution. Otherwise, if the parents are towards the running toward the English medium schools, English medium education, and something is being taught in the school education, and the language is not known to the parents, language is not known to the peer group, language is not known to the society. So there they are facing the problem, and that is how difficulties are being faced by the student. That is the reason diversity has been recognized by the National Education Commission. By recognizing the diversity, the local content and local flavor will be introduced in the scheme of education and in the local languages. That is how where the student will be familiar, where student will get happy with his own environment and own content of own language. And another important aspect is that though the 72 years of independence and gross enrollment ratio in this country is so far 26.5% only, it is highly unfortunate. It is really an unfortunate thing for us, all of us. Really unfortunate thing for all of us, and we couldn't improve our gross enrollment ratio more than 26.5% in 72 years of education. Though whatever we have increased, that is the graduates, those who are coming out of the institutions, they are not even suitable for the employment. That is another pathetic situation of this country. But the thing is, by providing the quality inputs to the students, by giving the quality education with a perfect foundation and with a strong foundation, with a multidisciplinary higher education institutions in this country, and we have to increase the gross enrollment ratio by 2030 to at least to the 50%, so that the majority of the students will be joining in the coming days in the new education scheme, new education institutions, where the institutions will come, the philanthropic persons will come forward to establish the new education institutions in this country. And another important aspect they have taken care also is that even the fee regulation in the higher education institutions will be monitored by the governing councils established by the government time to time, and the fee will be regulated, and they will not be allowed to charge whatever they wanted to charge. And education is not a business, education is not a commodity, education is a service, and philanthropic nature should be there for the education institutions. That is what the document says. And apart from this, philanthropists will be invited and encouraged to establish the education institutions in this country. India has a history. We have institutions established even 100 years back, like the Banaras Hindu University in various parts of the state of Andhra Pradesh, United Andhra Pradesh also. We have the colleges established 70 years back, 80 years back, 90 years back, established institutions also are there. Had been to BR in recent days, 1865 college was, I found a college in Patna, which was established in the year 1865. There are many institutions established prior to independence also. Philanthropists came forward, and they were the lovers of the education. They wanted to establish the education to impart the young minds of this country, educate them. That is the reason education institutions came up in the large way. In between recent days, it is an unfortunate turn, and we have established education institutions on the commercial lines. This has to go, and even the private education institutions will be monitored and monitored by the governing councils, and these governing councils will monitor the fee structure also. That is the reason national education policy in the top itself, in the beginning itself, there means accessibility to the student, accessibility of the institution to the student is made available, and the student can join any institution. Even the private education institutions also will be asked to give concession and also to the fellowships to the student, those who are pursuing. At least 20% students pursuing in the private education institutions will be given opportunity to avail the fellowships and scholarships by the private education institutions also. That is how the national education policy is a significant one. And India lacks in the, as far as research is concerned, many eminent personalities speak what is the greatness of the higher education in India. They haven't invented anything. No inventions through the education system in this country. There no funding for the research in this country. That is what criticism we used to learn all these years. That is the reason National Research Foundation will be established. By adopting this national education policy, a new foundation will come into exist where the 20,000 crores will be earmarked to this particular organization. That organization will be monitoring the research activities in this country, so that more and more innovative things, innovative minds will come forward and get support from the National Research Foundation, and inventions will take place in the coming days. That is how we are going to attract the students from foreign countries. Very frequently we hear from the Honorable Prime Minister that India should once again become the Vishwaguru, and this should become the place of destiny for the higher education in this world. And that will happen only when we have established the institutions on the strong foundation, where we are giving multidisciplinary education to the students, and where we are providing a congenial atmosphere, and where we are providing the quality education. That is how we can attract the student. That is the reason Honorable Prime Minister, while addressing the nation on August 8, 2020, after 10 days of launching of the national education policy, he said, I want to implement this policy in toto. And I am for the implementation of this policy. Whatever money is required for this nation, this education policy, and Government of India is committed. Government of India is going to provide. That is what he has promised while addressing the education is on August 8, 2020. And money will not be a problem. Another important thing is the GDP, 6% GDP spending on entire education scheme. There was a demand from the student 70 years onwards, but nobody cared into that particular area. Nobody thought of implementing spending 6% GDP on the education. Now this Prime Minister promised that we are going to spend money required for the implementation of the national education policy. There are many policies, as I said in the beginning. There were several education recommendations were there, whether it is Kotari Committee, Radhakrishnan Committee, Mudaliar Commission, National Commission on Education 1986, and to this particular committee, Kasturi Rangan Committee. There are many important aspects, important recommendations by the various commissions, but they were not cared. For example, Mudaliar Committee recommended that the school education is not at all correct education we are importing in this country. It has to be changed. We have to switch towards the regional language, regional media, and we have to reduce the syllabus. There are many recommendations recommended by the Mudaliar Commission, but they were not taken into the consideration. And now student will be free student, and he can choose whatever he want. He can do whatever course he wanted and whatever he wanted to pursue. He has the freedom, he has the liberty, and multiple entry and multiple exit. Like that, so many positive points are being advocated through this national education policy. Most aspect in this particular one is that the political will is very, very important. Unless until the head of the government at the national level is firmly with this policy, the policy cannot be implemented, policy cannot go forward. That is the reason Honorable Prime Minister promised that I am with the policy, whatever money is required, I am willing to spare for the education scheme of this country. And another important thing, he said, this policy should be considered by each and every educationist of this country, each and every citizen of this country, that this policy is in mind. I will contribute, I will support the scheme of education. That is what the Honorable Prime Minister said. Pathetic situation, another pathetic situation they have identified by the Kasturi Rangan Commission is that though India was a Vishwaguru, used to attract the students from various parts of the country, they used to learn 52 kalas through the prominent education institutions which were established in ancient India till the medieval period. And the foreign students, those who are enrolling themselves in the scheme of education, we are not in a position to attract them. This percentage of students, those who are coming forward to join Indian education institutions is only 2%. 2% students, they are getting admission into this particular scheme of education. That is the reason, because they are not coming forward, we are not in a position to provide the quality education. That is how they are not coming forward. That is the reason we have to establish the education scheme of education with a firm foundation, with the quality inputs. We have to impart them, and teacher training is going to be an important aspect. As Vijay Kumar sir was mentioning about the teacher training education institutions, those who want to become the school teachers, they have to undergo now 4 years degree course, so that they will be completely framed in that particular scheme of education, and they will be perfect teachers to guide the young minds of this nation. My dear friend, there are many things which we can discuss through the scheme of education, this particular scheme, and higher education policy launched by the government of India, which is approved on 29th July 2020 as a milestone policy, and significant change will take place in coming days, and next 15-20 years the education is going to change in the larger scale. They have even given target to 2021 to 31 and 31 to 40s, and again in 2040 we can have the another National Education Commission, so that we can review how the education policy is functioning in this country. What are the needs at that particular point of time? They will review, and they will go for another commission as per that particular requirements. The scheme of education may undergo a change. That is what I wanted to say at this particular point of time. We have a targeted time, next 20 years period. During this 20 years period, we have to implement this particular policy. We are all part and parcel of this particular policy. I hope by implementing this scheme of education, Government of India under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji, the scheme of education will go a long, long way, and the young minds will enjoy the scheme of education. And education should be enjoyable one. They feel that comfortable, and they shouldn't feel that why should I join in this particular course, and why I am being forced in this particular scheme of education. Now there is no force on the students. They can choose whatever they want. They can join in the scheme of education, whatever they want. If they are not interested, they can leave. and they can join some other course, whatever they feel. These are the few highlights I wanted to place it before you. Without taking much of your time, it's already 1:15. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share with you whatever the time given to me, the short notice, and I am sharing this. There are many things, many important aspects to share in the National Education Scheme, the National Education Policy 2020, and this we can discuss in many more coming days and in many more programs, and we can focus on various aspects of the National Education Policy 2020. Thank you one and all for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, Anita Garu, and thank you, Vijay Kumar Garu. Thank you, Chandra Prakash Reddy Garu, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this particular program. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insights on the paradigm shift from Macaulay period to origin and basis of current NEP 2020 in general and specific to higher education in a nutshell. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, we are very thankful to you, sir. Now I request Dr. Anuradha to thank Professor Gopal Reddy, sir.
Madam, any questions in the chat box, please? Sudha.
I request
yes,
Shanti.
madam. Yes, madam. There is one question from N. Narayana. I think he's asking for the opinion of the sir. The major weakness behind our education system is insufficient budget. After 32 years also, the NEP 2020 committed to 6% GDP only. Sir, you are saying that PM has assured to provide sufficient funds, but his resume education budget has decreased.
Okay. You see, the volume of budget, what is the volume of budget? Just go to the central government budget, and it is being increased year after year. It is going in lakhs and lakhs of crores. So whatever Prime Minister promised to spend on the 6% definitely will be sufficient. If that is not sufficient, they may go for the enhancement. That is a different issue. But what we are spending today is very, very important. Why the state universities, they are not recruiting faculty? Why they are keeping vacant? For example, Usmania University has 70% vacancies in the university. There is only 30+% faculty is there on regular basis. Why the remaining are part-timers are just guest faculty? Not only in Usmania University, entire Andhra Pradesh, if you take, all the universities are facing the faculty crunch, fund crunch, and all of the things are there. They are not coming forward to spend on the higher education because they are feeling that why should we produce the graduates, those who are unemployable, those who are not in a position to get themselves employed. And research surveys said that they are all unemployed. Only minimum nominal percentage of students are employable. That is the reason they have lost it. Now the scheme has been changed. Now the orientation is being changed. Students will get support, and system will get the support, and everyone will have to come forward to spend more and more money on the education, entire education scheme of education. And philanthropists also will come forward to spend on the scheme of education. Already many private industrials, you see, Indian School of Business is being established by the industrialists. There are many institutions coming forward to establish the education institutions on philanthropic lines, and private education institutions will be encouraged to come forward, and also the government also spend in the coming days whatever money required for the education scheme of this country. That is what I feel, because the Honorable Prime Minister, whatever he is promised, not only in the scheme of education, in other schemes, whatever he is promising, he is doing and is implementing it. We all know, for the entire country should benefit through the scheme of education, and that will be taken care. I hope the government of India will take an active role in the implementation of this policy, and where the new education institutions will come up with a strong foundation, where the existing institutions will convert themselves into a multidisciplinary institutions, so that the student will grow in a comprehensive and learn holistic knowledge grow himself in a comprehensive way. That is what I feel.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is one more question from Padma Shri. Can this policy implemented provide in-depth knowledge to higher education in view of employment?
What is that question?
Can this policy implemented provide in-depth knowledge to higher education in view of employment?
That is what I said, the national education policy, the preamble itself, they have mentioned, think, equip and reflect. Now the student, the atmosphere will be created to the student that he has to think on his own. He will be given, he will be guided only. The lot learning and learn and just reproduce in the examination system will disappear hereafter. And he has to think on his own. The atmosphere will be provided, situation will be provided, they will be guided under the leadership of the eminent faculty, and they have to think on their own. They have to equip themselves and reflect. Definitely deep knowledge will be provided. The entire scheme of education from primary level to the higher education is designed like that only. Modalities needs to be worked out, and they are under the process. Definitely student will get an opportunity to learn deeply whatever he wanted to learn, independently also.
Thank you, sir. There are no more questions from the participants in the chat box.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti. Thank you, sir, for your patience in answering. Then now I request Dr. Anuradha to thank Professor Gopal Reddy, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, one and all. On behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, Tirupati, I take this opportunity to propose formal vote of thanks to Professor G. Gopal Reddy Garu, Pro Vice Chancellor, former UGC member, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar. First of all, thank you, sir, for really accepting our invitation in a very short period to be as resource person for this webinar. At the outset, sir, have delivered on higher education and significance of NEP 2020. Sir focused on various education commissions and committees and aspects related to higher education and explained about Nalanda scheme of education and different educational schemes related to higher education also. Explained about Academic Bank of Credits, National Education Commission, AICTE, UGC and NAC and Kasturi Rangan Commission and highlights. Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful deliberation. I thank Dr. Y. Anita, Program Convener, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Now, I request Dr. Anita ma'am to take over the session for closing remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Anuradha madam. Good afternoon, one and all. Now it is a time to thank all those who are responsible for success of this webinar. Foremost, I thank my university administrators, our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamuna madam, Professor Rector, Professor K. Sandhya Rani madam, Registrar, Professor D. M. Mamta madam, Dean K. Bharati madam, In charge Dean School of Social Science, Humanities and Management, Professor K. Anuradha madam, for giving us permission and continuously guiding for the conduct of this webinar on behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam. I am very glad to express gratitude for the resource persons, participants and my dear colleagues in organizing the webinar entitled NEP 2020 Life Skills Education. This webinar that all the participants have gained knowledge regarding life skills education. So deliberations by the resource persons were very excellent with thought-provoking. Deliberations with the self-expressive PPTs also.
So here I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to all the 4 resource persons, Dr. Sunita Madam, Dr. T. Vijay Kumar Sir, Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar Sir, and Professor G. Gopal Reddy Sir, for readily accept my request invitation. We, along with the participants, received all the necessary knowledge on NEP 2020 Life Skills Education. The participants' participation depicts their thirst for updating of knowledge. Thank you, participants. My sincere gratitude goes to the co-conveners and organizing committee members, Professor T.J. Amdavalli, who were always with me by their continuous support and encouragement. Especially, I would like to thank Professor T.J. Amdavalli Madam for her regular support and wishes. It is possible to organize this webinar. Thank you, Amda Madam, and my all dear colleagues. Thank you very much. Without you all, this program would be successfully. My special thank to Dr. T. Vijay Kumar Sir for spontaneous support and encouragement added grace to the webinar. I would like to thank research scholars Shanti Sudha and project assistant Dr. G. Maruti Kumari for their cooperation in this webinar. At last but not least, I would like to thank technical staff of our university for their needful and regular support. Thank you, one and all. The feedback link is uploaded in the chat box. If you submit the feedback from, you will receive a certificate automatically. E-certificate will you can receive. So now we can end this session with national anthem. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ मागे गाहे तव जय गादा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Feedback link is provided in chat box. So all the participants, please fill the feedback form and get the e-certificate. Thank you.
Hello, madam. Hello. 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 Hello, madam. Hello, organization, madam. Hello. 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 Hello, madam. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Madam. Feedback link not working, madam.
Yeah, I'm also a student. Actually, it is saying not taking submissions.
Organization this webinar not, madam. Hello.
Yes, I'm also a student.
Student.
Yes.
Okay.
You type in the chat box.
Yes. Not response organization, madam.
Yes, no response, but we have to convey to them, na?